FINAL FIGHT FINAL FIGHT
出たジャンピングハイドライバーからおっとバックドロップ
FINAL FIGHT スーパーファミコンで好評発売中 Capcom.
That's right, folks. It's time for more Final Fight. Today is, after all, the release date of Mr. X Nightmare for Streets of Rage 4, the new DLC. So what better way to celebrate that than play the Game Boy Advance version of Final Fight? That's what I'm thinking anyway. The opponent, Running Wild, log from Blammo. What's up, guys? Happy Thursday, and welcome back. We will be continuing where we left off last time. We are gonna be spending a little more time with Final Fight 1.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Macaw45. 18 months of straight unspeakable horror. Thank you very much, Macaw, for your continued support. I highly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm legitimately very excited for the Streets of Rage 4 DLC. We have more important matters at hand. I'll be checking that out for sure, and I guess I would probably enjoy doing a bit of a stream of it, but certainly there's not going to be a shortage of people doing that today. But how many people are going to be playing the mobile Java version of Final Fight? Not many, I reckon. But we will be doing just that in a little while. We will be playing a bit more of Final Fight 1 on the GBA first, because we started that last time. I mean, we beat the game, but I figured since we have a couple of ports left of Final Fight 1 to go over today, but this should not have to be another 7.5-hour stream. And as such, we do have time to dig a little deeper into Final Fight 1, the GBA game, of course, and explore a little bit more of the unique content that this version has to offer. Itinerant Soldier, what's up, what's up? Lamb Station, welcome. Yes, we'll be playing Final Fight. I'm actually really curious. I mean, I checked it out for long enough to make sure I could get it running. Or at least, go through a screen or two. It could just go belly up from there, who knows. But it'll be interesting to see how the entirety of that game looks and runs, especially having had the context of now playing all the home computer ports. Because I think you could look at any one of those computer ports in isolation, or, compared to the arcade game, and see that it looks, they're easy to kind of dismiss out of hand and say, like, wow, what a piece of shit port, whatever. But comparing them to each other, I think we found that some of them have a lot of inherent value and stuff you can appreciate about them. And it'll be interesting to see, for example, just the controls in the phone game. They're probably going to be, like, for the most part, those kinds of Java games have fairly simple controls. Not identical to the way you control an Amiga game, for example, but simplified in kind of a similar fashion. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. W. Dalton, what is up? Yeah, we will be taking a look at some of the alternate characters and such in Final Fight 1. We cleared the game once, and we unlocked at least Alpha Guy. We might have unlocked other stuff too, but we are still missing Alpha Cody. So I figure we'll probably beat it with Alpha Guy, and maybe I'm not sure we'll do a full second playthrough, although we probably do have time for it, frankly. I don't remember exactly what else is unlockable in terms of option stuff. There's certainly some things. So we'll be playing the game, simply put, and we'll see what we find. The shirt has to give some 1cc bonus abilities. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out, won't we? Unlockable color palette. Yeah, the game, like, even when you boot it up the first time, the options screen makes it quite evident that there are unlockable secret options. And I think the ones we unlocked for now was, like, increasing the number of lives and maybe credits. But I think that was about it. Nothing too crazy. But increasing the number of lives is going to help us get through the game without having to rely on spending 15 minutes hanging out with Shiro in the Bay Area. So that's just going to cut down on time a little bit. But yeah, so for tonight's stream, we're going to be spending a little more time with Final Fight 1. And then we're going to check out the phone port. And finally, we will be playing Final Fight Double Impact. And I have that on PS3. From my limited amounts of testing, it does seem to run fine. My PS3 did not explode when I tried playing it. So hopefully, knock on wood, that's all going to go well. If that somehow ends up giving us trouble, I do believe the game is still available for purchase. So if we can't play it, then I guess I'll probably just buy the Xbox version and we'll play that on the 360. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we'll do what we have to in the name of exploring the history of Final Fight to its fullest depth that it deserves. But without further ado, why don't we hop on over to this scene right here and boot up the game. Let's see if my capture is still... Hey, there we go. Still there. Yeah, this is frankly one of the more interesting ports, I think. It plays really, really well, and it's really janky and ugly and weird in a few ways. Like the dialogue stuff that they added, some of the writing is a bit shit, and the portraits are completely inconsistent in style and quality. I don't necessarily think the dialogue adds all that much, but it's kind of a, you know, it's a novelty at worst, I think. You know, it's not a... it doesn't do much to ruin the game, I would say. The music is a little strange, but I like that they kind of went for a remixed vibe as opposed to trying to recreate the arcade music. I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed to do worse than the Super Nintendo version, audio-wise. But I think they were clever to not invite a direct comparison to the arcade by kind of remixing the songs. Because it makes it, like, regardless of how you feel about the quality of the sound or the kind of compositions or the arrangements of the songs, it still helps the soundtrack stand on its own two legs, I think. So that's probably for the better. And, you know, we don't get quite as fancy stuff as the extended opening and endings from the Mega CD version, which were fucking awesome. Like, I still think the Mega CD version is, like, the coolest feature-wise. Having extra unlockable playable characters is really, really awesome. And I wouldn't necessarily say that the Mega CD version is the superior port or the best version. But I think between the extended intro, the extended ending, and the CD music, as well as the survival, well, the time attack mode as it's called, but it's more like a survival mode, I don't know. Carnival mode, some would call it, that was or caravan mode, rather. I think that's a better name for it. I think those are like all features that are part of the core gameplay experience and kind of improve the game as opposed to just having kind of cool stuff off to the side. I don't know, it's hard to put the words exactly, but I still think the Mega CD version is really, really cool. It doesn't play probably as good as this. I mean, obviously this has like the cramped screen view and stuff, but even then, you know, that version, or like that issue is surprisingly minor. I mean, looking at how many like Super Nintendo games feel super weird on the GBA because of the smaller window, I think they did a really nice job balancing the size and scale of everything here to make it feel like it never feels like a problem. You see less of the background here and there, but that's pretty much it. And it's kind of interesting to see like some of the Super Nintendo port things, aspects like kind of carry over, but few of the issues from that version, thankfully. The funny thing is, like, I aside from the arcade version, of course, I really feel like there's no real definitive version of Final Fight, because between the arcade, the Mega CD, and this version, which I guess are like the best versions, I guess double impact depending on how you would want to count it, because essentially the game itself is just emulated, right? I think they all have like there are reasons to play this over the arcade version. There are reasons to play the Mega CD version over the arcade version. But none of them really make the arcade version redundant either, because they don't really, neither of them perfectly replicate the arcade version, of course, audio visually or otherwise. But they're still really, really excellent games. So that's kind of a win-win as far as I'm concerned. Right, so I guess, okay, we can even see the options here that we will have available to us eventually. Stage select, rapid punch, color change. Didn't we play, wasn't there a code? I think Final Fight Guy had like a cheat code. Or was it, no, I think that was the Mega CD version maybe. Some version that we played had like a cheat to get rapid fire punches, which were kind of unimpressive and sort of meaningless. But we got 9 lives, like I said. That's gonna just help smooth things out a little bit. And at 500 defeated enemies, we'll get the next secret, whatever that'll be. So we do have this screen here, and we got some transplanted graphics for Alpha Guy. I will say, I think the menus and the UI are kind of hideous in this version. I really don't like it much, but thankfully it doesn't really impact the playability of the game much. So let's check out Alpha Guy. Jessica's sprite there looks so interesting. It looks really different. Speaking of looking different, the alpha sprites feel so weird. But I do think the GBA resolution sort of helps. I mean, they don't exactly blend in, but it would look worse on the arcade for sure. Like the discrepancy in the visual style would be far greater. It'd be sick if they'd made a proper new sequel. Yeah, that would have been interesting. Cause like, actually, I think what kind of would have been interesting would have been if they ported 2 and 3, but maybe gave them more significant overhauls. So yeah, stuff like this. The doors don't open here, just like on the Super Nintendo version, which is a little strange. At least we get some proper crowds. The burger. Yeah, no Hollywood. The enemy spawns are definitely a bit different, but we do get bigger crowds, at least later on. So it doesn't seem like... I'm sure there's probably some slight differences, but clearly like all of his moves... I mean, even in Street Fighter Zero, of course, he does have the full Final Fight combo and everything. Like, he has all these moves. He has a throw where he uses his knees and whatever, but... since they're kind of just... Alright, it's taking me very easy today. The moves, like, don't really end up being all that different from regular Guy. Yeah, the colors are so weird in this version, too. Some of them, like 2P over here, that's kind of a weird color that sort of carries over from the Super Nintendo version. But others seem to be more like early GBA weird-ass LCD screen compensation. Like Doug, the red color is like super deep. The contrast levels are just like completely all over the place. This screen doesn't typically give me this much trouble, but then again, I don't typically play Guy. Luckily, there's a chick in here. But yeah, whether they would have done like enhanced versions of 2 and 3 or a completely new game, I think this plays so damn well that yeah, it would have been really interesting to see them build off of this to make something else on the GBA. Like the GBA, I think probably has quite a lot of beat 'em ups, but I have to imagine that this is still one of the better ones. Even though everything that makes this great, or a vast majority of all that makes this great, is just what was present in the 1989 game, but that's just the level of masterpiece of this game. Not that many? Maybe not, but I still think for... I guess it's still like the last bastion of classic beat-em-ups, I guess, because you wouldn't get that many... Obviously, you wouldn't get many 2D beat-em-ups from console in the 2000s. I don't know, I'm just like, off the top of my head, I remember that there's a couple. Like, there's this, there's the Jackie Chan game, there's the X-Men beat-em-up, there's like a Dragon Ball beat-em-up or two, there's Gekido. Just thinking the fact that I could remember even 3, 4, 5 of them off the top of my head, I feel like there's got to be more of them. But even then, the fact that there's like even a handful sort of stands out. I mean, it's kind of neat because I guess the GBA was that sort of haven for older types of games, like 2D pixel action games, and well, not just action games, but games that didn't really have a place on consoles at that time. But I digress. I think you're not wrong though that like Final Fight is in a weird I don't know. I mean, rightfully, the original game gets celebrated because that's like the one that's really that is a complete masterpiece. The other games, no other Final Fight ever got close. But it is a shame that they for a long time didn't really try. But there's I mean, supposedly, according to the leaks and stuff, there is a new Final Fight something in the works right now. Now, regardless of what type of game it is, I'm sure it's going to be something more akin to a reboot or a remake than a proper sequel. That's what I'm expecting. Whether it's a big budget 3D game or it's something along the lines of G&G or Mega Man 11. I mean, I guess G&G is a good example. Like, it's a sequel, yes, but it's also kind of a remake, like greatest hits sort of thing. If the new Final Fight, whatever it is, whatever form it takes, if it is a 2D game, which I would be very, very happy with, I feel like it's gonna have everything from Final Fight 1. Like, it's gonna have the characters, it's gonna have the bosses, and like Final Fight 2 and 3 and Revenge and Streetwise and Street Fighter, whatever else, like none of that's gonna barely be acknowledged. Although actually, that's probably not accurate. I think Street Fighter is probably gonna be acknowledged more than the Final Fight sequels. I'm still excited. Like, you know, given that Revenge and Streetwise exist, it's not like a new Final Fight could really be a new low watermark. As well as, you know, Streetwise was the last thing to come out 15 years ago. No new Final Fight in 15 years couldn't possibly be preferable to a new thing, whatever kind of it is. Like, I guess the worst case scenario is there's a new Final Fight that's like some fucking RPG or some shit, like something that is both mechanically and tonally completely at odds with what I like about the original games, and that somehow becomes really popular. So that's like, that shifts the trajectory of like the series and its legacy and whatever. I mean, obviously the original game will still exist, but if it's like an offshoot that's something weird and something bad, I mean, if there's a novelty to it, then there's that. But I wouldn't be too worried about it kind of changing the series from there on out. But, you know, if it's popular, anything can happen. Has there really been a new Final Fight since 1995? I mean, I guess it depends on how you count, right? Because, well, how you count. I mean, there were, like I said, Revenge came out in 99 and Streetwise was 05, 06. I mean, I think Streetwise is an utter embarrassment. It's a bad game, but it's also something that, in my mind, kind of pisses all over the legacy of Final Fight. Or at the very least, doesn't really manage to capture anything of what made the original game great. I don't think it builds off of it in a meaningful, interesting way. It's just really fucking stupid. and a kind of bad game. I refuse to personally acknowledge that Cody has a brother, for one, but also that his last name is established as Travers, because that was something that game kind of made up. And I want to say that they have acknowledged that in Street Fighter V. I'm not exactly positive. But like the mere thought of that game having any kind of impact on, you know, I don't want to, well, like storyline canon or whatever, it's not something I care about specifically, but like that Capcom themselves, like Capcom in Japan, would look at anything from Streetwise and like incorporate that into the character or the storyline or anything, like that they would acknowledge it at all, basically, is a terrible thought. It did not come out in Japan, no. All right, let's get some dialogue here. Some excellently mismatched art styles. Where am I now?
Get lost. Mad Gear controls this city.
This is all too familiar.
Let's chat. More chop.
All right. Go. Okay, fuck that up. Alright, because this is the Super Nintendo version, it's fucking impossible to stand up quickly. Well, I didn't mean to grab him, and like I couldn't let go. Because I wanted to try to infinite him. Dude, what the heck? Really fucking jumping over my super joint. It's kind of weird to do the infinite guy for sure. Ugh. You can definitely walk away from Damn though. Like when he's jumping at you. That's a lot harder to do in the other versions. Nice, we somehow got the no miss on stage 1 despite fucking up royally in this fight. Yeah, the eyes of Bushin. No movement can escape them. Alright, so we get like wind quotes, which is kind of funny because you don't get that with the other characters. Alright, let's do a little somersault and go to the subway. The what do they call it? The Shadaloo Research Laboratory or whatever? The blog they ran for Street Fighter V. Yeah, they had Kiki, who's like the art director of Street Fighter V, do like illustrations for a lot of characters in like the extended Street Fighter universe. And I think that's really cool. And like, don't get me wrong, I think that level of acknowledgement is awesome. The fact that there's like official Capcom art of Kyber, Blade, and F7 from Street Fighter the movie, the arcade game, like that's kind of incredible. There's like official artwork of Kevin Stryker from 2010 Street Fighter, stuff like that. I think that's awesome. But like to within the actual Street Fighter game itself, refer to Cody as Cody Travers, for example, I think that's a kind of a different story. It's like if you read a Star Wars source book that references Scorpion Darth Vader from Namco's Famicom Star Wars game, like that's awesome. Well, I guess this is a bad example because I was gonna say if you watch a new Star Wars movie and Vader turns into a big scorpion, that would be kind of whack, but actually that would be sick. So I guess that's not the greatest example. But I think you understand what I'm saying. Like, it's one thing for the developers to acknowledge the weird shit that happened in the history of the series. It's kind of a different thing to acknowledge it in the text itself and kind of, you know, play it straight, so to speak. Streetwise, I mean, obviously we'll get there when we get there, but it's definitely a weird one where, like, you can definitely tell that the developers, because it was made by Capcom Studio 8, I think it was called at the time, Capcom Production Studio. Like, it changed names. But it was the American development studio that Capcom had for a while. And that was their final game, actually. I believe they made the Maximo games. And then they had made Final Fight Revenge previously. There's clearly some degree of passion and love for Capcom stuff and Street Fighter in particular, Final Fight. Well, maybe more so Street Fighter, I don't know. But their kind of interpretation of both the, I don't know what to say, the lore, but like the world of Final Fight, as well as the tone, it's I don't know, it's just bizarre to me. Although, I mean, it should be mentioned too, of course, that it was kind of made, the game was made sort of not exactly to order, but I read an interview with, I think the interview was with Keiji Inafune. It was an interview that was published in a Swedish gaming magazine when Streetwise came out. I believe this was the same issue where they gave Urban Reign 3 out of 10, and I got very pissed off. Wow, yeah, the Super Droid legit takes 1 pixel. That's hilarious. That must be something specific to this character, I think. Anyway, there was an interview where, because of course Keiji Inafune wasn't, like, he didn't work on the game, but he was the head of R&D at Capcom at the time. So he was like the kind of head honcho for all of Capcom's game development before he left. But in that interview, he basically said that the team had kind of originally pitched a more, like, conventional arcade beat 'em up. Bonus barrel? Let's take that. I think there was even, like... Alright, let's just get some good mileage out of this. I want to say that there had even been some suggestion that it would have had, like, cel-shaded graphics or something. Probably, I guess, like, trying to... I guess I can't remember specifically whether they said the graphics would have been, like, cel-shaded, but I guess making it look more Japanese or anime or whatever. Like, I'm interpreting it, I guess, as, like, like, trying to replicate more of a Street Fighter style of art. Of course, this was pre-Street Fighter 4, but, you know, like, something that you could, I guess, describe as cartoony. I think the crowd will start moving, right? Because they're static now, like on the Super Nintendo, but I want to say that there's an animation during the fight.
Come on, I'm only samurai.
Recycled art.
It's you again. It means I'm in Metro City in 1989.
Metro City? Yes, this is Metro City.
Why am I in 1989? Oh, I see. I'm here to rescue Jessica.
Come on, I will kill you.
Alright. We get some kind of acknowledgement there of Sodan's weeb fake Japanese. Sorry, I should just do that. Ah, fucking hell. Ah, fucking hell, I tried to do it again. Like, I guess Super Droids is just like the strat you do use on this guy. Especially if they literally take 1 pixel. The active frame window is, like, huge, so I really don't have to do it that last second. But, okay. In any case, the development team had it, I guess, like, wanted to, like, their original idea was to make something that I guess they at least thought of as very faithful and kind of harkening back to the original Final Fight and to the Japanese developed games, and maybe to some degree to Street Fighter. But Keiji Inafune basically vetoed it, saying, well, you know, if the Final Fight game we're going to release was going to be that, we could just make it ourselves. Like, you guys should make an American game. Like, you guys should put your own spin on it, and you should make something that we could not make. Which, to their credit, I think they definitely did. I think Final Fight Streetwise, as it ended up, whether or not Capcom in Japan could have made that game, they most certainly would not have made it. So, I think he got his wish there. I don't think... And I mean, I can see the line of thinking. I don't agree with that line of thinking in that particular instance, and I also don't think the final result was very good. But that's kind of what I mean when, like, it was sort of by, you know, by decree of a higher power that the direction of the game is so far pushed towards that, like, GTA, you know, open map quest structure, and like there's a shit ton of swearing in the dialogue. There's, you know, licensed hip-hop music for the soundtrack. You have a respect meter for each, you know, hood in the city or whatever. Like, it's just, it doesn't resemble Final Fight at all. Perhaps you lack the discipline necessary for you to win. Whoops, I guess I pressed the button. Whatever. Now, there is an arcade mode in Final Fight Streetwise. I suppose I have to imagine that if they had their kind of original vision of making an arcadey classic Final Fight, at least I would hope that it would have been nothing like the arcade mode in Streetwise, because it's really bad. It's like awfully balanced. Stages are like 40 minutes long. It's just shit. But it definitely comes across as like an afterthought of a bonus kind of thing that it just threw in.
Oh my god.
That's a different voice clip than the Super Nintendo version, right? DJ Beats, what's up? Warm C, by the way, I don't think I said hi. But yeah, for sure, like, Keiji Inafune was very high on the idea of, like, globalization, or whatever you want to call it. And I think it's interesting, like, I think for sure, I think the direction the industry has taken in the 15 or so years since definitely proved him right. I mean, I think he was proven right a lot sooner than that, but he was basically like very like a big part of why he left Capcom apparently was like him and management not always seeing eye to eye. And one of the things that he was like very heavily advocating for in the mid-2000s was for Capcom to increasingly acknowledge the West and foreign markets. And that was something that like pretty much no one in Japan really did. Obviously Capcom and you know, Sega and Namco and whoever else, like Konami, of course they released games outside of Japan, obviously. And in the case of a company like Capcom or Konami, or I guess Namco, like a lot of them had Western development studios. But as far as their internal development were concerned, typically speaking, for pretty much any Japanese game publisher, localized overseas releases of their games were kind of, I guess calling them an afterthought is a bit of a stretch, but like the typical sort of sequence of events would be that you know, they finished the game, they released it in Japan, and then once that was all done and taken care of, then you start looking at the, you know, the potential of an overseas release and localization. No turning around. Still got the wrong colors here. just like the Super Nintendo version. Oh wow. So one kind of weird thing in this version that I noticed is that, well, with this character I should say, is that it seems like I can, a lot of the time, I can start punching back in the middle of being comboed. And yeah, these guys also have like absurd iframe windows, just like on the Super Nintendo version. So I kind of can't, not only can I not hover over them on their wake up, I pretty much have to, yeah, see there? I couldn't hit him. I have to really wait. There's G Andre as well? Yeah. That's fine. But, I mean, basically, the whole thing is like Japanese publishers wouldn't really acknowledge that taking Western markets into account when, you know, for example, greenlighting, like deciding which games to make. You know, it was always the case, basically, that they would decide what to make and how to market it and whatever else, like entirely based on the Japanese market. And from there, whichever products they felt were also marketable overseas, they would market overseas. Like that's just kind of how the Japanese kind of console market had largely worked, like since the Famicom. I'm obviously oversimplifying a little bit, but like that was kind of the long and short of it. And Keiji Inafune have really pushed for that kind of acknowledging, if not outright targeting, the Western market, at least acknowledging the Western market and trying to kind of incorporate elements that would make their games more appealing to markets outside of Japan. And I think you can see that really heavily if you look at a lot of Capcom's output from like in the mid-2000s. Like you have stuff like Onimusha 3 featuring Jean Reno, who would obviously be a lot more recognizable in the West than Takashi Kaneshiro, who plays the main character. You have even Onimusha 4 was fully bilingual, like even in Japan. Like they released, I think that's probably around the time where they started doing their like localization internally at Capcom Japan, because Capcom's localization used to be shit for the longest time, but in like the modern era, it's actually a lot better, and that's because they have a good localization team in-house, like who's like embedded and part of the development team, as opposed to, you know, a team and some group of people in America just receiving a finished product and like, all right, okay, let's change this and change some character names and fuck it up and remove half of the text for the English version, you know, kind of like how it used to be. But you also, as you mentioned, Shadow of Rome, of course, Dead Rising, which sort of follow that. Those games are like aesthetically, thematically, tonally, stylistically, like very much, like they're very Japanese games, but they are also clearly, you can kind of see very plainly how they were kind of designed to appeal to a Western market. And I think, again, like if you look at any Japanese, well, I shouldn't say any, but a lot of Japanese publishers, larger publishers, sure, there's some weirdness with you know, dealing with stuff for overseas versions, etc., but the core idea of taking overseas markets into account when making games, basically the ones who didn't aren't around anymore, because the Japanese console market kept shrinking in the 2000s. Like as kind of mobile gaming became bigger and portable gaming, even PC gaming, console gaming has been, like, Japan has become such a minuscule part of the global video game market compared to, like, what it was like in the 80s and 90s, that it really doesn't make sense to put the required effort and money into production of a large-scale video game without, like, making sure that you're making something that you can get a good return on investment from globally, which in turn essentially means, at the very least, like, having to acknowledge what you can do to sell a game overseas. So even though Keiji Inafune is kind of largely the butt of jokes nowadays, I think he was definitely onto something at that time, for sure. I mean, not with Final Fight Streetwise specifically, maybe, but the core, idea of it. I guess I should say, I don't think he was necessarily wrong. I think a very classic Japanese arcade-style Final Fight released in 2005 would probably have sold fucking terribly. Even if it was really good, would probably have sold worse than Streetwise ended up selling. And if Streetwise had been a better game, I think that could have done pretty damn well, probably. So I don't think he was wrong. It was just, like, the game just should have been better, I suppose. Yeah, he did a lot of, like, interesting interviews. Like I said, I think he was, at the time, like, he definitely was considered kind of especially from the kind of Western perspective, I think he stood out as, like, one of the few Japanese, like, high-level game people who kind of got it. Like, he just seemed to have his wits about him and was kind of forward-thinking, and like, I remember Capcom were, like, not doing great in the early 2000s. Like, they had a big, I mean, they had, I'm not sure if it's like a big exodus per se, but definitely a lot of like classic, like old school Capcom developers had left. Like, a lot of the artists went freelance because they could make a lot more money that way. Like, Akiman was involved with the original, which I guess was also probably the same team who made Final Fight Revenge and Streetwise, who were making the original version of Red Dead Revolver. And there's been some interesting, like, interviews where he's talked about, like, he lived in America for a while working on that game, and he, like, fucking hated it, and he became, like, super disillusioned and, like, left the game industry. So that's when he worked on, like, Turn A Gundam and stuff. And he was like, it was like a decade or so before he, like, ever worked on games again. Because he's done, like, character design and artwork for a bunch of, like, mobile games and online games and stuff. But I think Yoshiki Okamoto also left. He founded Game Republic in like 2003 or something. Hard to remember, but it was like a tumultuous period in the Japanese game industry in a way too. But Capcom, obviously, they had the whole thing with the GameCube games, right? The Capcom 5, where, like, none of them, I guess PN3 was the only game that remained a GameCube exclusive. All the other ones came to PS2 or were canceled. And as I recall, like, Capcom in, like, 03, 04 was, like, not in a super great place. It seemed like they were kind of, a lot of their key talent was leaving. They hadn't had, like, really big hits in a while. They were like, they had been, like, such a juggernaut in the arcades, right? But after, like, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and CVS 2, those were kind of, like, that was kind of it. Like, the Capcom's arcade division just sort of petered out into nothing. And I mean, they still put out a few things like Hyper Street Fighter 2 and Capcom Fighting Jam, but obviously, like, it was a pretty fucking significant drop-off after, the late 90s, early 2000s. So I think it really kind of looked like Capcom was on the ropes. And then you had stuff like, and I mean, there was also like games like Shadow of Rome, for example. I don't think did super well. There was what was it called, Demento, Haunting Ground. Like, there's a couple of games there around that period that were kind of maybe sort of cult classics, but I think a lot of them didn't actually do super well. Because you had those games, and I think Devil May Cry 2, which literally everyone in the world fucking hates, was also probably like 03, something like that. Yeah, Capcom Fighting All-Stars was like, they tried to do a new arcade game and it just like didn't go anywhere. But then in like 05, you had stuff like RE4 and Devil May Cry 3, which I think both came out like pretty close to one another and were both like super duper ultra mega good games that also did really well. And I think largely thanks to Inafuna's kind of vision, Capcom were actually, like, they were one of the few Japanese publishers who went in really hard on the Xbox 360. They developed their own tech, like they developed the MT framework, which powered like a lot of their games, almost all of their games, for like a really long time. And they like had the tech and they had the tools and they had the know-how to like make proper next-gen games at a time where a lot of other Japanese devs and publishers just didn't really care that much for putting that money and effort into console games, I suppose. And I think that's definitely where kind of like as the PS3 and then a year later the 360 and a year later the PS3 established themselves, and like that's kind of where I think, in at least from a Western perspective, the West kind of overtook Japan as like being the bigger market, the more important market, but also like from a development side, like the big Western games became the games that kind of were perceived as pushing the industry forward, and that kind of thing. Like, it seemed like the Japanese industry sort of fumbled and dropped the ball a little bit by not really being there, and I think Capcom is like the clear exception to that, because they had like Dead Rising and Lost Planet out early in 360, and those were both like really good games that also were very technically impressive and like definitely felt really next gen. I think a lot of other Japanese publishers were kind of a little bit like caught with their pants down, and took a really long time for them to sort of catch up a little bit. So that's interesting. I think for sure, like, regardless of the game itself, I haven't played it, but like Mighty Number 9, it really did a number on Inafuna's reputation, no pun intended. But I think it's funny too, because it's kind of, I think that game and its reception and everything around it has also really colored people's kind of impression of Inafuna's importance to Mega Man and stuff like that, right? Like, so there's definitely, there's this perception, I think, that he's like a bit of a hack fraud. I guess I don't know specifically of his like abilities as a producer or developer, but you know, at one point in time he did have some good ideas, so I'll definitely have to give him that much, if nothing else. Anyway, yeah, let's not look at this art any longer than we have to, or this flashing blue box. I'm sorry to keep this on you guys' screen for this long.
I knew that you would be next. Only a fool would stand against the mad gear. Give up now. You cannot win. You gotta be joking, boy. Wasting my time and your life. It is just so obvious. You're a funny man. I will shoot you.
Good heavens, just look at the time jigger laser.
Yep, it's that time. It's that time. Let me just sit over here then for a bit. Yeah, see, like like I said, these dialogue bits are like sort of cute, but the writing is weirdly shit. But I guess do the damage like this. Does Alpha Guy just have like fucking super armor? I think you get full health. Yeah, the gun gets full health in this version too. Like I guess this would have been in the pre like internal localization team, Capcom, so you get the shitty translation. Why did he not get hit there by me throwing Eddie? Even the guns, like, it's so weird. I take like super tiny damage from so many different things. Gonna extend. There's a great burden behind the. There's a great burden, capital B, behind the fighting skill, Bushin. I wonder if it's like I wonder if the idea behind these little win quotes. I don't know for a fact, but I don't remember that being a thing when you play as the original character. Okay, you do not start on the sweet spot in this version. I wouldn't say therapist. The Z-axis hitboxes on these flames seem a lot kinder. Even 2P there is not getting hit somehow. Okay, so that flame has a different hitbox. What the heck's going on? But yeah, like I guess it seems like the fact that the alpha versions having like these victory quotes is just to make it more like Street Fighter Alpha, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's like kind of a peculiar feature, but it's a neat novelty that's completely unique to this version, so you gotta appreciate it. Oh, no, I was mashing R to do a Super Joy. I was just about to say like, hey, let's just do Super Joys over and over. But I guess that's hard to do when you have literally zero. But it's really weird. The art that they use for the portrait, even the like little icons on the life bar, they're all completely new art. And some of them look pretty great. Like the Andre portrait there is awesome, but then Guy's portrait looks like shit. Even the regular characters' portraits look really weird. The GBA got a version of Street Fighter 03 Upper. Trying to remember, because there was... So Street Fighter 03, aka Alpha 3, originally came out on CPS 2. It was then ported to PlayStation, Saturn, and eventually Dreamcast. The Dreamcast version then got a arcade port to Naomi as Street Fighter 03 Upper. And I think that version probably was only in Japan. I'm not positive, but that version adds the characters that were added to the home version, which would have been Fei Long, DJ, Guile, T-Hawk. I guess Boxer, Uni, and Yuli are all in the arcade version, but I think they were like more complete versions, or you had to use like a cheat code to pick them or something like that. Maybe not Boxer. There was something about Boxer, I think. I don't know. Alright, the Hollywood Gauntlet. But the arcade version of 03 Upper... yeah, all the home versions had all the those characters. But DJ, Fei Long, T-Hawk, they are not in the original arcade game. But yeah, like Boxer, like he doesn't have a portrait or something. Like he's like incomplete, I guess. Like he's a boss character in the arcade, or something like that, kind of. But the arcade version of Upper isn't like considered an upgrade or a superior version or whatever. Like it's just kind of a weird oddity. But that version, then like they kept that name in Japan at least when they ported or when they released Alpha 3 for the GBA. But that's where I get a little hazy because I know that the PSP version was called Double Upper. Street Fighter 03, and it's got two little arrows pointing up. And Double Upper added characters from CBS 2. It adds Yoon, Eagle, Maki. And actually, as of that, like speaking of Capcom incorporating weird stuff into like the main text, as of 03 Double Upper, Maki is like officially recognized as a Street Fighter character, even though she has never been playable in like a Street Fighter game outside of that. And same with Ingrid. Trying to get my timelines. I guess if it was on PSP, Ingrid would have been in that version too. So Ingrid is also considered a Street Fighter character, like as far as like when Capcom are doing like, they've done like popularity polls, like where you can vote on your favorite Street Fighter characters. In those lists, and as far as like licensing and stuff, Capcom since then consider Maki and Ingrid as like Street Fighter characters, which is kind of interesting in my opinion. And Ingrid sucks, so like I'd be happy for them to not acknowledge her, but it's interesting that it's like, as far as Capcom are concerned, she is a Street Fighter character. Ingrid, of course, being one of the original characters in the unreleased Street Fighter, or Capcom Fighting All-Stars, because there were three original characters, Rook, Didi, and Ingrid. And Rook and Didi we never saw again, but Ingrid was playable in Capcom Fighting Jam. Well, I mean, obviously Maki is part of the same universe, but like, Eddie E, for example, is not considered a Final or a Street Fighter character. Abigail is a Street Fighter character now, but until he showed up in Street Fighter V, he wasn't. Like Slash and Damned and Elgato. Well, maybe Elgato because Elgato shows up in Rolento Super and stuff, but like, I'm not even sure Roxy is like considered a Street Fighter character officially, even though Poison is at this point. And I'm not talking like, again, I'm not talking about like, are they part of the same continuity in the fiction or whatever. I just mean like, when Capcom provides a licensee with a list of characters that they can, you know, make a toy out of, or whatever it might be, like that list will not have Damned or Eddie E or Carlos Miyamoto on it, but it will have Maki Genryusai because she is a Street Fighter character. So it's like purely on a technicality that I, or you know, those, like from an academic standpoint, I find it interesting, but it ultimately like doesn't really mean much. What's up, Sanuj? It's going well. It's going very slow because I keep getting baited into ranting about all these other things as we're playing this. It's still a very fun port, though. I mean, Capcom Fighting All-Stars had one location test. I mean, I still hope that build of the game will eventually leak somewhere. I mean, builds of Kenju have shown up. Builds of other weird, like, sort of lost games have shown up, so even though it was never completed, I would love to see it. I mean, on the one hand, I would also have wished that they would have completed it, but I mean, they did do a location test and it did terribly. No one liked it. So even if you know, as with anything, I would rather it exist than not, but there's nothing to say that it would have been any good. It was really weird, like, Capcom Fighting All-Stars it had like 5 buttons. It had, you know, 2 punches, 2 kicks, and a fucking War Gods style 3D button, basically. There was like a sidestep button on the cabinet. And it was kind of weird, like it was polygonal, but it was basically a 2D game. It was kind of like the KOF Maximum Impact, of course, but you did have the sidestep. I don't know, it was like Mortal Kombat 4. I can't remember if it had tagging or if it was like a 2-on-2 rival schools style, but I think you played as 2 characters. And it was really strange because like the game was set in Metro City. So it had like Hagar was a playable character, Poison was a playable character. And then you had like Ryu and Chun-Li, Nash was in it. And then you had like, it was kind of a weird mix. Alex from Street Fighter 3 was there. Strider Hiryu was playable. I think Batsu and Akira from Rival Schools. And I think that was about the roster that they had, that was like unveiled at that event. And of course the new characters, Rook, Didi, and Ingrid. I may have forgotten someone, but like it didn't seem like it would have a very large roster, and it was mostly kind of Street Fighter and some Final Fight. Yeah, I mentioned Strider Hiryu, and like he stood out like a sore thumb. I mean, it's worth keeping in mind that this would have been about 2 years after Capcom vs. SNK 2. So Capcom vs. SNK 2, like gorgeous pixel art, like 44 characters or whatever. Like really exquisite game with a lot of cool touches and like tons of fan service. And you know, the follow-up 2 years later is like, well, we've got this clunky 3D look. The roster is reduced by 75%. The game plays slowly. There's a sidestep. And the game has like fucking finishing moves. Yeah, I know Capcom Fighting Jam didn't have tagging, but I'm talking about Fighting All-Stars. Like the game had a system where like when you land like the final hit, there was literally like a Mortal Kombat style sort of finish him. The game, I don't know, it was like it was what's the word? It predicted, and it was kind of like Mortal Kombat versus DC, because obviously there wasn't like gory moves or anything. It wasn't like killing moves, but there was like a thing where when you landed the final hit, if you played as Ryu, the opponent would be like staggered, and there'd be like this thing on the screen, and you like input a special command, and you get like a cinematic camera angle when Ryu does like a Hadouken, and the opponent like falls over. You know, the novelty and the goofiness of it sounds hilarious, but like in the context of like, you know, as like the, you know, this lost artifact, the weirdness of a system like that sounds intriguing, but like I said, you know, coming off of MVC2, CVS2, you know, it wasn't like cool. It seemed very, I don't know, what's the word, like, not minimalist, but like just underwhelming, and I don't know. I think that was, you know, that's ultimately, I guess, why it was never finished and never released. But as a curiosity, for sure, like ever since I read about that, you know, because it was at the AM show or whatever it was, like the AOU, Arcade Operators Union show in Japan, in I think it was 2003. That was like the one they announced it at that show and had playable cabinets, and that was the only time it was ever shown in public. You know, I've been intrigued by it since then. I'd love to play it, but realistically, I don't think it would have been that great of a loss for the world. I mean, it was also at the time, you know, if it had been today, you would have probably have gotten some decent quality cell phone footage or whatever, but you wouldn't really get that in 2003, unfortunately. I mean, there exists video footage of the game, but not a lot, and it's in, you know, 2003 camcorder quality or whatever. Anyway, let's play a game.
Say it, who is the real leader? I can't understand the reason for my being here. Must respect your superior. Am I here because there are things that I should learn from the past?
Deep.
Just your attitude.
Like, they're not talking to each other, they're just talking at each other, which is like complete nonsense.
There's no other option but to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Alpha Guy and Rolento, at least, like, the two of them share an art style. But yeah, like, look at Rolento's portrait up there. Nice, I got the extend. Pizza, there we go. That's terrible. Why is really weird. I'm gonna do that, but I'll take that, sure. Really weird, but satisfying death noise. What is the difference between the characters? It's a little unclear. I mean, the move set as a whole is generally the same. But I'm sure there's like little things with you know, frame data or hitboxes or whatever. But it appears, I don't know if this is clearly, like, when I do my Super Joy, I take literally 1 pixel. It also seems like I'm faster or having an easier time sneak in punches. Yeah, I couldn't do it now, but I could definitely do it before. And I've definitely had moves, like attacks done to me that did really strangely little damage. It's not necessarily that the character feels or plays differently, but it kind of seems like I have way better, like, stats? Like, sort of easy mode? But in terms of your abilities and how you play the character, it doesn't exactly feel different. But of course, you also get this completely new dialogue. Hey, I'm getting coins. Oh, hey, I pressed the button. I'm gonna take care of that. Music's so weird. Oh yeah, when you unpause, there's like a long delay. Yeah, there's also, just like in the Super Nintendo version, whenever you do the combo throw, you actually properly turn around. Like in the arcade version, I'm just holding down and punching. I would keep punching to the right, even after throwing them. But here you have to actually, like, tap right again. Or, you know, hold down right. I feel like if this had been any other version, that headbutt would have definitely killed me. Yeah, I've got like 2 pixels, but I can still... Oh, fuck me. I'm curious if Cody is more different. Because Guy, when they put him in Street Fighter Zero, like, they clearly put him... Or they clearly made him to be very, very close to the Final Fight character. Like, he has his combo, his Final Fight combo in Street Fighter. He has the Hurricane kick. Hey, got a little one up there. Nice. 2 seconds of invincibility. Well, I picked up the chicken instead. But when they put Cody in 03, they made him a lot more different. I mean, not just the prison outfit, but like, he doesn't really have... I mean, he's got the level 3 super that sort of references the Final Fight Infinite. But it was more of a, like, changed character, so I'm not even off the top of my head sure if they, like, how easy they could piece together, like, his Final Fight moveset just from his sprites from that game. Because guy again, like he just has like all of his animations from Final Fight are just present and accounted for in Street Fighter Zero. I think this is the credits dog, I think. You stand up here, you wait until the dog stops wagging his tail. That's how you know you're in the right spot. And you stand here for like 20 seconds. Hear a little noise there, you get extra credits. Alright, we got toilet theme. Super Nintendo Kiss toilet. No sexy toilets here. What's up, Electro? We're ascending higher and higher. We've almost ascended. There we go. There's the million. Cool $1 million and another extent. I guess it's not dollars, but points. Puntos. And another extend. So, just like the Super Nintendo version, when you game over in this, I'm pretty sure at least, you restart the level from the beginning. So I said we wouldn't have to stick around to wait for dog bonuses that long, but we might still want the lives just to make sure we don't go into the final stage and like game over on Belger and have to redo the entire stage. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but we have more games to get through. Yeah, of course Billy and Sid are only in the English, the overseas version of this. No Japanese release of this game has ever edited or changed Poison and Roxy. Or anything else, really, as far as I'm aware. Well, Franken, regardless of how you feel about Cody's design... Oh, it's all over this. Oh, this is the health dog, I think. Okay. Aren't there supposed to be enemies here? I think you get health from this dog, and then there's the fourth one that gives you lives. Regardless of how you feel about different versions of Cody, the point I was making was more so that the alpha version is extremely different from the Final Fight version, so it's likely they would end up being more different in this game than the versions we've got. Personally speaking, I think I definitely like Final Fight Cody a lot better than Alpha Cody, both aesthetically and like fighting style. I don't know. I think Street Fighter V Cody is kind of cool. Like I like him better than Street Fighter 4 or Alpha Cody, that's for sure. I don't know about the whole mayor thing, but it has like a classic Final Fight costume that looks good, and I think he is mechanically a cooler character. But sure, I mean, I can appreciate them. I don't necessarily care for, at least visually, how he looks in those games. But I can appreciate that they came up with something with more flavor, I guess. All right, this part. Doing the Super Joy counts as leaving the spot. That's interesting. Good clumpage. Wow. The slide killed me in what felt like the middle of the throw. That was kind of whack. Yeah, this part is really rough. These guys, they don't play around. Like, yeah, I don't necessarily take issue with where Cody went as a character from like a plot perspective or writing or character development or anything like that. I just think that like aesthetically, like I don't think he looks very cool. I feel like I would rather have just had, like, for my own personal taste, I would rather have had a more straight, like, Final Fight Cody in a Street Fighter game than the prison Cody that we got. And in 5, we did get something closer to that. So, yeah, there's one live. You know what? Standing here to get... I was trying to do the math. I was going to say, standing here to get like 3 more lives. I was going to say, we'll take about as long as replaying the final stage if it comes to that, but I don't think that's true. Well, let's play it a little daring. I'm already standing here, so let's wait till we get 7. There we go. I always... For some reason, even though we can clearly see there's a bunch of sunset left, every goddamn time, I trick myself into thinking the Hollywood Gauntlet there is like the end of the stage and the boss fight is coming up right after it, but it definitely is not. Yeah, it's definitely interesting that this version has so many like holdovers from the Super Nintendo version, including the changes to the English version. Because I think, obviously, you know, Capcom developed the arcade game, obviously, but there would have mostly been a different team that made the Super Nintendo port, right? And from what someone told me last time, the credits for this game seem to indicate that this was ported by like a lot of kind of veterans, Capcom veterans worked on this. So it would seem conceivable to me that people who worked on this were people who had worked on the Super Nintendo port and would have kind of had an interest in you know, those people might have a more personal connection to the Super Nintendo port than the arcade game. And I mean, clearly, I think someone mentioned even there's like source code, like this game is not just like anecdotally, but very technically based, like built off of the Super Nintendo port. No, the Japanese version, of course, never changed Poison or Roxy. But the point I'm trying to get at is, I think from the developer standpoint, there could have been a kind of nostalgia factor of keeping certain things, like certain things they changed for the Super Nintendo version, whether it was a technical limitation or not, is sort of kept the same in this version, even though there doesn't necessarily seem like it would have to be that way. And whether the choice was made on Capcom USA's part on maintaining the localized changes to the graphics, or maybe the Japanese development team just saw it as an interesting novelty that the US version had different graphics. Maybe they felt like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to like pay tribute to the alternate version from 20 years ago and make it the same in this version. Like, I can see a number of scenarios that would lead to them having Billion Sid in this version that have nothing to do with anyone getting cold feet about featuring the character of Poison. Rightful or not, I think there could easily, the argument could easily be made that someone who bought this for GBA in America or even Europe would be more familiar with the edited Super Nintendo version than the arcade game. And, you know, I mean, I disagree. I think they should have not done it that way, but I can see how it could have ended up that way. And I don't know, I mean, I feel fairly confident in saying that it had nothing to do with Nintendo. I really doubt that they would have ever had anything, you know, to... I don't think they would stand in the way for it. But we don't really know, I guess. I wonder if Cody has come here as well.
Too late. I'm tired of waiting.
Oh, Cody gets himself together.
I heard you don't pay attention to others. I didn't expect this. You'll pay for ignoring me.
These dialogues are so fucked. Alright, so I want him to do that. Whoa, okay, I mistimed that punch, I guess. Perfectly timed. I don't know, it's just funny that, like, dialogues don't seem to be like that, you know. No one is barely ever talking to anyone else anyway. Wow, it's so weird, like, I feel like in other versions, I didn't have much trouble at all punching him out of it. But here, it's like, I feel like I haven't done it once. Did I get fucking caught on the scenery there? Why did I walk? Well, I should have done it immediately when I had iframes, but... Like... Punching him out of that move is like the only time you kind of can punch him. Because otherwise you kind of walk into his range, and he will throw you. Like that. I was mashing R to do my super joint. There's some more lives than I wanted. When Abigail was first announced, I was trying to hit something. I was standing a little too far away. Yeah, at this rate, I'll take less damage. You could probably do the entire fight that way, but... When they first announced Abigail for Street Fighter V, I was really kind of... flabbergasted. I really didn't know what to make of it. Oh, shit. Yeah, this has got the weird... Not the same as the arcade. Yeah, it's really strange. It's like way longer. Hitboxes are strange. Oh, we did it. This stage, of course, is blandly empty, just like the Super Nintendo version. Multiple barrels with no sign of slowdown. That's amazing technology, though. Like, this game just runs well. It's really nice. Well, the thing is, too, of course, like, when Abigail was announced, the entire roster of Season 2 of Street Fighter V had been leaked. So... like, I knew that Abigail was going to be in the game. I knew that Zeku was going to be in the game. And both those characters were like, huh, they don't really look the way I would have expected them to. There's actually a lot about Zeku that really bothers me. Like the fact that they're like connecting him to Strider is so stupid to me. But you know, I think overall Street Fighter V, for some of its faults, I think one of the things they overall have done a really interesting job with in Street Fighter V is reinventing a lot of characters. I think Zangief is awesome. I think Dhalsim is like the coolest he's ever been. Like Guile is really cool. I like that a lot of the characters got new designs for the first time in like forever. Obviously, I have no problem with the Street Fighter 2 designs, but I think there's an exciting factor to them, like being willing to let characters evolve and change a little bit. So I think they did some, to a large degree, very interesting part. I mean, I think Rainbow Mika, I've always loved that character, but I think she's like way cooler in Street Fighter 5 than in Alpha 3 for the most part, like with her moveset and stuff. I like her redesign too. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. I really don't like Frankenstein Nash. I really don't like Birdie. But those were characters I never really cared much for in the first place, so if they're gonna like ruin characters, I'm much happier for them to kind of ruin characters I already didn't like. But they've done some really interesting stuff, and when they've taken characters like Zaku or Abigail, who kind of existed within the fiction, but have never been playable before, and like they're fleshing them out. I think they came up with some kind of some pretty interesting concepts. From the looks of things, the Season 5 characters are like really cool too, which actually, you know, for the first time in a long time, I think gives some reason to be potentially excited for Street Fighter 6. But I digress. With Abigail in particular, I think he was always like probably my least favorite boss in this game, or like the least memorable boss character, because like he's literally an Andre head swap, but he also doesn't really have. I mean, he's got like the rushing punch, like he's got trademark moves and stuff, but like I don't know. I think he's so much less memorable than the other bosses. That I think, I don't know. I mean, you can look at Hugo in Street Fighter 3 as another character who kind of they fleshed out, and I mean Hugo in Street Fighter 3 is quite different from the way Andre is presented here. I mean, maybe less of a departure than Abigail. Sure, I'll concede that, but they still had to kind of flesh out the character. And I think, like I said, when I first saw Abigail, I thought he looked kind of ugly. I thought he was strange, and I really didn't know what to make of him. But once he came out, like, he's a very, like, he has a very fun personality. The way he, like, rooms around, and, like, his, it's got, like, an idle animation. I forget if it's after you do a certain move, or if he's just, like, standing still. But he does have, like, some kind of funny, charming gesturing. Like, I like that he's not just a big, angry guy, but he's, like, smiling and happy and goofy. Without being, like... Well, I guess I can't say that he does that without being overtly comedic, because I guess he is pretty overtly comedic. Alright, we got this time. But I still think, like... I like him better than Hugo, I think. For me, he strikes a good balance between cool and tough and goofy. And I think they kind of embellished some aspects of its design to make it a little more memorable too, with like the maple leaf mohawk and stuff. If you were like a fan of Abigail previously, I can absolutely understand why you might feel it's a bit goofy, and you maybe don't like that. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about Birdie. They made him. I mean, I never cared that much for him. But I think if you look at Birdie in Street Fighter Zero, like, he's a badass. And I think they could have made him super fucking cool, but instead they made him into a fat joke. And he's got some interesting moves and cool mechanics, but he's not cool. I typically prefer characters who are cool over characters who are, I don't know, comedic or goofy. But it depends, like sometimes you can have a balance. Like taking Abigail as an example, he's goofy and he's kind of funny, but I still think there are parts of the character or aspects to him that are legitimately cool. But I don't really think there's much of anything that's really cool about Birdie in Street Fighter V. But yeah, like I think Abigail's most memorable characteristic is probably his absurd, cheap, like throw range or whatever. Is there a reason they haven't put Eddie in Street Fighter or Damned? I mean, there's only so many characters you can put in each game, I guess. I mean, I guess the real answer is they didn't feel like it. There's certainly no reason they couldn't have, but I would imagine... I mean, it would be fun to see a character like Damned get the same treatment as Poison or Abigail or Rolento or whoever, just like get fleshed out. But I still think, like, if we were to see a... let's say, for the sake of argument, that we're talking about Street Fighter 6, and they were adding... Final Fight characters that weren't in Street Fighter V. I would imagine that Maki would have a decent chance. I would imagine that Hagar, hell, even Carlos, would have a higher, like, better chance of being a playable character than Eddie. Yeah, like, I thought it was really cool that they added Lucia. I think she's kind of an interesting character in Street Fighter V. I think she is, like, by far the most kind of memorable part, or at least character, in the third game. I don't think anyone really cares that strongly. Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't think anyone really cares about Dean, right? I mean, I'm sure if they were to include Dean, there's nothing to keep them from making him an interesting, cool character. And I do think for sure, like, we've had this conversation about Mortal Kombat before, right? Like, Mortal Kombat's got fucking dozens of super shit characters, but NRS has a proven track record of taking kind of garbo characters and bringing them back and reinventing them and making them something cool and interesting. And I think, you know, with Street Fighter V, looking at Cody or Lucia or Poison or whoever else, Abigail, regardless of how you feel about the specifics of how that character turned out and whether that was to your taste or not, like, it's pretty clear that they have an interest and ability of like fleshing out and reinventing characters. So what Dean was in Final Fight 3 is hardly indicative of what he would be like in Street Fighter 6, like, hypothetically. So, I mean, generally speaking, I'd be more excited for a character I already like. But same as my kind of attitude when it comes to Mortal Kombat characters, like, once we know, like, if we hypothetically imagine here that Dean is announced as the final character for Season 5 of Street Fighter V, I would find that underwhelming, for sure. But once we have that information, I would still be saying, well, I'm curious to see what they do with him. I'm curious to see what they, you know, would do to make him a more fleshed out, interesting character. Barrel. Worth a lot more than 10 points, though. But yeah, I would have to imagine that. Like, the bigger question, I guess, is if with, like, Maki, would she get the, you know, the Cody treatment, or would she... I mean, I guess it's too impossible to hypothesize now, not knowing what Street Fighter 6 is going to be, but if we imagine that Maki was going to be added to Street Fighter 5, would they kind of adapt the CVS2 version, or would they come up with something totally different that did for a lot of other characters? I guess I'd be happy either way. I just think she's a cool looking character, and she's got a cool personality, and the whole, like, delinquent whatever, like, it's just she's an interesting character. Ooh, nice sushi. Thank you. That was very nice. But I think it's you know, another kind of angle you could take to that line of thinking conversation is this whatever mysterious new Final Fight thing that is reportedly in the works. As I mentioned before, like I think for sure it's going to be leaning a lot heavier on Final Fight 1 and a lot less on anything else. Fuck's sake, stand up. Why is it so fucking impossible to stand up quickly in these versions? Dude, even fucking auto-firing. Okay, I'm alive. I'm using the fucking Mednafen turbo buttons and I still can't stand up in time. They must have made it so that, like, buttons do nothing and you have to, like, only wiggling the D-pad matters. Even though I usually use the D-pad more than the buttons. Weird. It's interesting, though, like, in terms of, you know, acknowledging other Final Fight games, if they were to make, like, let's pretend that the new Final Fight game is something akin to Streets of Rage 4, and let's say they even call it Final Fight 4. I think Final Fight 2 and 3 are kind of not great, but they're still, both of them at least have, you know, I would like to see Maki and Carlos again. I would like to see at least Lucia. I'll take Dean, fine. But as far as, like, enemies and bosses and shit, like, stages, you know, Final Fight 3 has, like, at least the super meter and the alternate routes, and there's, like, stuff like that you can incorporate. But I can't think of many aspects of Final Fight 2 specifically that are, like, I definitely want to see this brought back. But, you know, I'd still be happy to see, like, what were they called? I forget the name of the female enemy in that game. But, because I think May was in Final Fight 3. Eliza, was that it in 2? I think so. Other than that, like, I can't remember a lot of enemy designs that were that cool. But, you know, they could bring those enemies back and make them a little cooler. Sure, why not? Final Fight Revenge 2. They definitely could make a Final Fight fighting game, but I don't think they would ever be incentivized to do something like that. As I thought, Jessica's here.
Who are you? You are not listed.
What? What, on the guest list?
Maybe I'm not the same person I was back then. I'm wearing new shoes. Anyway, I'm not gonna let you live.
Can we do this? That's not bad. Oh, that was really well timed. Four more lives. Nice. Ah! Trying to get thrown. We're still white. Ah! Didn't get the throw out in time. Nice. Nice to get the range. Yeah, so you get like the really far jab range, but his vertical arrows don't even hit you. I wish you'd been right. I threw Andre into the arrows. Actually, fuck it, I should probably just fucking do that, right? Okay, I gotta be a little careful. There we go. Nice. That wasn't too bad. 3 lives to spare.
Perhaps you lack the discipline necessary for you to win.
Alright, let's just give Belger a speech as he's flying through the window. Bonk. Alright, there we go. So the question now is, I guess, I would imagine that we've unlocked Cody, but I wonder if we've unlocked everything. The game doesn't tell you what you're gonna unlock next, just the next, like, milestone. Like, when you're gonna unlock something. I do quite enjoy this remix, the ending theme. Thank you very much for all the GGs and you did it. Yeah, there's no, like... They put all this thought into this weird flashback, dream sequence, time travel, whatever nonsense with the alpha characters traveling back to Final Fight. But then you just defeat Belger and you give him a little win quote as he's falling down to the street. And then 1989 guy is there instead. There's no, like... You know, they don't really wrap it up in any way. And it's kind of a, I don't know, it's a strange conceit because I don't feel like they do much with it. Kind of meaningless. I do vaguely recall that Guy, or Cody, maybe has a little more to say. I don't know. Can we get our full name in here? Looks like it. Oh, we weren't quite as good, huh? Even though we won CC'd, actually. Well, we won CC'd, but we had way more lives per credit, so it's not that much of an accomplishment. right, I forgot about this fucking mess. Completely off-key game over theme. Yeah, this is an excellent port for sure. I mean, I think the Mega CD port stands head and shoulders above everything prior, except possibly the X68000 version. But to have a version that's this good at home, not to mention on a handheld, being able to play it anywhere. You literally go to the subway or the park or the industrial area or the Bay Area. If I can go sit in the Bay Area toilet and play Final Fight in your hands, like, that's pretty sick. And I think they definitely didn't half-ass. I was gonna say they didn't half-ass any aspects of this port. I guess that's not entirely accurate because some of those portraits and shit like looked really fucking weird. But even then, I guess half-assing it wouldn't be the right word for it. But like, it's so inconsistent, right? You have this artwork that looks really kind of odd, and then the font and the text boxes in the UI look like slick and well, I don't know, slick and modern by 2001 standards maybe, but they don't fit the in-game graphics. Then you have like the Alpha 3 portrait art. Like, there's a very strange mishmash of art styles and stuff that looks a little weird. But feature-wise, there's a lot of stuff there. There's more than there needed to be, and it just plays super well. So it's there's very little you can complain about in this package, that's for sure. Street Fighter 3 is the latest Street Fighter chronologically. 6 could go at any time. That's technically true, but I think as of Street Fighter 4, Capcom really don't give a shit about continuity or timeline. Which I think is fair enough. I think it's fun to have story threads, or to have like I've said before, in fighting games, I don't think plot and continuity and narrative and storytelling is that important. But I think world building and characters are important. You want to have a character in the game whose motivation you understand, and their kind of storyline in the sense of why they're in the game and what they want to achieve, and ultimately, more than anything, what their relationship to the other characters are like. But it becomes weird and kind of difficult, I think, when, like in Street Fighter 2, every character's plot is essentially resolved, right? And then in Street Fighter 4, they're all back, and they have to kind of come up with some sort of flimsy excuse for why they're there, which, in terms of like character motivation, that's fine. Like, you don't maybe need that much. Honda just want to prove the superiority of sumo wrestling or whatever. That's fine. That's all you need. But when you also have to acknowledge that the events of previous games did take place, and you feel some need to build off of that, like, I think it doesn't take that many installments until things start to kind of buckle under their weight a little bit. Not to mention, when you have games that are established as being in a specific place in the timeline, you end up in weird situations like in Street Fighter 4, where you have characters like Gouken, whose only purpose in the story is to be dead. So that, Gouken exists primarily as like a motivator for Ryu's relationship with Goki. But then in Street Fighter 4, it's like, he's just there. He's fine. Like, and there's no explanation for it exactly. He's just there. There were characters like Rose and Gen who had sort of been speculated to be dead. It didn't seem like there would be... No one was necessarily looking for additional closure for those character storylines. It made sense for them to be dead and not be around. They just show up. Even Dictator, like, he's been exploded and whatever. Like, sure, there's storyline explanations for him having multiple, like, auxiliary bodies and stuff. So that's cool, sure, whatever. You can explain that away. But for him to just be the big final boss again in the same way, like, after so many times, it becomes a little dull. And, you know, in Street Fighter 4, you have stuff like Sakura and Ibuki, who should be like 10 years apart in age. They're both in high school at the same time. And whatever else, you know. You have in Street Fighter 5, which ostensibly takes place in like 1995, you have like what's his name, Rashid, being like a social media influencer. G like is like got billions of views on YouTube. You know, even in Street Fighter 4, which is like set in 1994 or whatever, like Crimson Viper has her smartphone and whatever. Like, I don't think those details are important. I don't think it's important to Street Fighter to be like a 1994 period piece or whatever. But I think it's clear, looking at what we see presented in Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5, that the developers of those games really are not concerned about those things. And I think that's totally fine. I think that's totally cool. I think it's... I want the world to be consistent to some degree, and I want the characters to feel consistent. But whatever story you want to tell, I think you're better off making that self-contained within that one game, and you can have it be, you know... Like, you can't have meaningful progression of a linear timeline and storyline and narrative while also simultaneously keeping the ability to like maintain a perfect status quo of who can be around and what they're like. Like, those two things are not compatible. So I think it's, I mean, even though I think it would be fascinating to see what a Street Fighter universe would look like where the characters are actually allowed to age, you know? What would a post Street Fighter 3 world look like when you have, you know, characters who are older, you know, previously teenage characters who are now young adults or whatever. You could introduce new characters. Like, yeah, that would be interesting. You could have a game set earlier in the timeline, you know, when Hagar is in his 20s or whatever. Sure. But that's not going to happen. You know, there's no incentive for them to abandon the characters that people gravitate towards. Creatively, I think that would be an interesting exercise, but realistically, there's no way that could happen. So it's kind of like, I don't feel like it's meaningful to spend energy wishing for it, personally. Unless it were some kind of spin-off thing, but even then, like, the resources for making that wouldn't bear out the maths of it, I feel like. So I think it's natural to expect that they want to be able to have Guile and Blanca and Honda and Chun-Li or whoever, but also Sakura and also Juri, you know. I think that's totally fair, and I think that's probably the way it should be. And because of that, I think sweating the details of a consistent timeline and, you know, storytelling and narrative that ties into the already very sprawling Street Fighter universe, I think that's just a fool's errand, really. So, like I said, I mean, personally, I feel the same way about, like, movies or whatever. Like, I think people who get, like, completely up their own ass about, like, continuity and plot holes and, like, that can be fun up to a point, but I think it's much more important for, like, each individual work to stand on their own. You know, screw it if some things don't add up. That's whatever. And in something like a fighting game in a world, in a universe, like, as long as the characters feel consistent in their personality and motivations, and maybe you get to see some new twists on their relationship to other characters, like, that's the important part. The specific timeline of events in the plot line, I think, are a lot less important. What has Call Man been up to all this time? I'm afraid that's reference going over my head. Anyway, Let's take a look at our options here to see what we unlocked. So weird. I mean, that's a recognizable sound effect, but it's not so strange. Huh. Oh yeah, right. See, that's what I mean. Like the bosses are so unmemorable. All I remember is fucking Bratken, the like the Frankenstein or whatever. I can't remember if it's even in 2 or 3. But there's like Rolento is in 2, right? He's in one of the sequels, and he's got like camouflage clothes. There's like a Kabuki boss that I want to say is like maybe the final boss of 2. Is that Retsu or Ratu? I guess as it's written. And I think is it the final boss in 3 who's like this ultra bland colonel who you knock into an electrical box or something? Well, I guess we'll find out like next week or whatever. Alright, we got a lot of enemies left to next secret, but that's cool, for a game like this, obviously. I think it makes sense for them to not make everything unlockable in like 2 seconds. Alright, we did get Cody though. I think there's a clown too. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I haven't played Final Fight 2 or Tough in many, many years. I'm actually excited to see how I'm going to feel about Tough in particular, because I think 2 is kind of the epitome of blandness when it comes to like Super Famicom beat-em-ups. I think 3 has some cool aspects to it. It's got like the super moves and stuff, but like the number one thing I remember from that game is like fucking modem dial-up music. I know that it has like alternate routes and stuff, but I would say it's definitely above average for Super Nintendo beat 'em up. That's for sure. But nothing about it like made that much of a lasting impression. I think Part 3 definitely does a lot more to carve its own niche and like kind of identity for itself than 2 did. But I still think of both of those games as just kind of lesser versions of 1. But again, I haven't played it in a very long time, so I'm actually interested to see if anything stands out about it more. Especially playing all these other games in rapid succession. So we'll see. I'm not going to give any kind of real opinion on the game until we get to play it. Is Cody picking his nose? He is not. He is thumbing his nose in a cool way, like Bruce Lee. I'm not sure we're gonna play through all of this game again. We might. I don't know. But we'll see some dialogue. Also, he's purple for some reason. Huh. Okay. So his jab's definitely a lot faster than normal Cody. Also, he's like super tall. Okay, that looks a bit janky. I mean, they're working with what they've got. Yeah, that looks... Oh shit. I guess they're using like the knife stab. Yeah, I do remember 3 having like you can it's the only Final Fight where you can like do rear grapples. I remember liking that, even though the way you turn around looks so goofy compared to the vaulting in Streets of Rage. Having running, like, yeah, I remember liking those things for sure. I most certainly never explored the depth of kind of what's available in terms of the alternate routes and secret paths and stuff, but somersault. But I thought it was cool for sure. And I can see the argument, McCall, that like, all those components, had they been present, like had it been an arcade game, in which case I guess we could also imagine that it would have been a little more, elaborate presentation-wise. It could have been really great. It would have been remembered in a totally different light. I think that's probably true. Still got that weird Sound effect, that's good. Hygar's Q7, is that like the double axe handle or whatever? I feel like I only ever played Guy in that game. Maybe that's why I never played. Oh, actually, I guess I would have played Lucia, but... like, back in the day, I thought Guy was just the coolest character. But for sure, like, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that... my experience with Final Fight Tough, as it exists, like, would not have any... Like, the last time I played that game, I would have had basically zero awareness of, like, how to play a beat-em-up or anything like that. I wouldn't have had the awareness or knowledge to kind of have any kind of an analytical approach or impression of its game mechanics, really. Like, I feel like I've talked before about how when I was a kid, I sort of dismissed Final Fight as inferior to Streets of Rage on account of I didn't think the music was as cool, it didn't have as many moves, and that was maybe about it. And I mean, especially if the Super Nintendo version was the version of Final Fight I was the most acquainted with, it also doesn't have a lot of stages, it doesn't have a lot going on, and the music's pretty shit, so... and I think the last time I played Final Fight Tough, I was still probably... maybe not in that exact mindset, but I was closer to that mindset than whatever mindset I'm in presently, I would say. So I'm definitely excited to revisit it. I have played 2, not super recently, but within the last couple of years, because I have a cartridge of that, so I played that when I got it, but that was probably 5 years ago, maybe more, I don't know. So that's been definitely some time as well. And even then, I would say, even in the interim, you know, even since then, I think my level of appreciation or understanding of beat-em-ups has probably increased significantly enough for me to have a... at the very least, like, I don't think my opinion of it will necessarily change all that much, but I would expect to be better able to articulate what it is about it that I don't like. But we'll see. We'll see. Remember Final Fight 2 being boring back in '93? Yeah, I mean, I think it is pretty boring, right?
I know this place. Who are you? You're damned. What the heck is happening here? Why am I here? Huh? Did you come alone? What a fool you are! Well, I've stopped faking hero thing. But I can always kick butt. Come on, punk.
I mean, I can kind of see what they're getting at there, but... wow, okay. That didn't feel super great. Well, I mean, I didn't get hit, so I'll take it. His punches look so weird, so it's like... it's just harder to visually distinguish his attacks to, like, try to do the infinite. Hollywood with the classic. Self-immolation. Wow, the iframe's undamned there. For example, I remember at the time disliking in Final Fight how when you grab them, you only have the one throw, and it's the same throw forwards and backwards. Whereas in Streets of Rage, like, you have the, you know, the over-the-shoulder throw or the suplex from the back, or you can do like the headbutt with Axel or whatever. Obviously, from a gameplay perspective, it is very convenient. It's very practical, and there's a fully legitimate and perfectly sensible design, design behind. You get your throw, like, the purpose of using the throw is such that you would be kind of incapacitated if you weren't able to throw left or right, regardless of positioning. But I would definitely not have considered anything like that from that perspective back then. So for me, it was just lame that you only had the one throw. Come
Come on, stand up. Don't let me down.
I guess I should say that I'm at least happy that the in-game sprites for Alpha, Cody, and Guy are, they have, like, the correct aspect ratio. Which is, like, obviously I shouldn't have to be impressed with that, because it's pretty fucking basic. But they literally fucked it up for every single artwork that they repurposed from Alpha 3. So, like, they could very easily have had Guy and Cody just be like 30% wider than they should be. Yeah, as far as performance, like, I vaguely recall Final Fight 2 not necessarily having slowdown, but just being like really like sluggish and just tedious kind of game in general, which isn't necessarily about how the game runs, but more like the pacing of it. But I really did not expect there to be such a huge gap in between Final Fight and Final Fight Guy on the Super Nintendo. Like, Final Fight, the original release, like, it just plays like shit. But Guy, the slowdown is, like, very significantly reduced, and it makes, like, it's a kind of a night and day difference, which I really did not expect. But given how sort of half-assed it is otherwise in terms of nothing else. Like, obviously the slowdown is a major issue with that original release, but the Guy version doesn't really fix anything else. So it was difficult for me to have faith that that would have really been kind of fixed, but it sort of is. And definitely enough for it to make a significant difference, which was more than I expected. Yeah, like, everything about how Cody looks and moves just feels so strange. Like, I guess it's I mean, it is partially that his posture is so hunched over, and, like, he doesn't really extend his limbs. Like, he's got this very yeah, sort of hunched over feel. He doesn't, like, yeah, he doesn't, like, extend properly, almost, and like, it makes his poses, like, harder to visually parse, and it makes different moves and animations look a little more similar to each other than maybe they should. So that alone, I think, is a little bit weird. But more than that, I guess, is I have an idea of what I expect from Cody, like, in terms of how he's gonna feel. So when I mean, I guess he doesn't feel that different, but he looks different. Like, the visuals are both kind of weird inherently in and of themselves, but also they are weird in the sense that they do not match what I kind of expect in my head. But I mean, I think I suppose they did about as good a job as you could expect. The Infinite's, like, weirdly hard to do, but I don't know, again, if it's just because I expect the timing and visual cues to be a certain way. Did I even do his... Wow. It just, like, shifted his leg a little bit for this jump knee. Alright, more dialogue. Again, here. Look at, you know, Sodom's helmet. Like, that's supposed to be a circle. If we do this, Like, it's still not correct, but it's like a little more correct. Everything looks a little more proportionate. And then everything is just like squashed. Like, this bothers me so much because it lends credence to the idea that CPS graphics should be displayed with square pixels, which is obviously not the case. Oh, you see so much, like, even fucking official merch and shit that use, like, either the direct pixel arts or just, like, even now, like, for example, I just literally earlier today, I saw San Diego Comic-Con is coming up, right? Or some online version of San Diego Comic-Con. And Udon Comics, of course, are doing something for that because they always do. And they do Capcom and Street Fighter stuff as they usually do. And Udon has, for a couple of years, I guess, they're putting out these like pins, like pin badges, whatever, like collectible pins. And they've done that for like Street Fighter and Darkstalkers, maybe some other stuff. And those pins are basically someone's done like a drawing recreation of a whatever sprite, like all these different characters in some recognizable fighting pose or special move or win pose or something. And they are not aspect ratio corrected. Like they're just drawn like too wide. And they're like producing these fucking enamel pins or whatever to make these like expensive collectible items, and they just fucking look wrong. And it pisses me off because, like, dude, how hard is it to like make them look right instead of wrong? Like, you would think that someone whose job it is to like professionally produce anything visual to like not fuck that up, but you know, apparently not. Come on, Oni Samurai, etc., etc. Japanese wannabe this time.
Yes, I am the Onimusha.
Let me think. They look very familiar too.
You are Cody. Let's have a fight for pride. Get ready.
So, how does this make any fucking sense? How does Sodom know Cody, but Cody doesn't know Sodom? Like, you know, if this is supposed to be like the alpha Cody having like flashback or whatever, that's not set like fucking 15 years after this. It's set like 1 year after this or whatever. You would think like Cody would remember that one time his girlfriend was kidnapped by the gang leader, so he went on a citywide tour with his fucking father-in-law to punch 8 billion thugs, and including this fake Japanese samurai in a wrestling ring. But I think this seems familiar. I don't know. That seems a little weird.
You know my name?
Wait, you're...
Come on.
Whoops. Let's try this strat. That's a poorly time. I'm trying to do it really early because when I'm doing it like late, it didn't work. I wanted to see if I could get a deathless by just abusing Super Joys. Not even abusing, but just like... Ugh. Timing's weird. Oh, we got it. Yeah, Mr. Fu, there's definitely a strat where you can make him run into a corner, but I don't know how to set it up. I don't know what it looks like. I have seen it, but I don't remember what the strat is exactly.
Save the city, save a girl, couldn't save myself.
Alright, just some ringside philosophizing there. Break car. Let's try a different strat here. That was a weird jump. All right. I think I'd usually get like a 12, so maybe that was slightly faster. All right, Jack, get the...
My car.
Oh, my car. Oh, sorry about your car. Yeah, I get that the quotes are taken from there for whatever reason, but it's within the context of what's going on in the game. It's kind of weird and funny. That it's just like, all right, okay, let's just do a little... Like, I feel like that quote makes more sense divorced from the context of the game. Like, you know, again, like talking about characterization, like a quote after you win a fight in the Street Fighter, like that's the major opportunity you get to, well, not tell story necessarily, but to build character and establish the world and everything. So you want people to say things like that, right? But when he's like in the middle of the story that he's kind of paraphrasing in that quote, it just becomes a little more strange. I feel like this Cody is inferior. I'm not talking about like effectiveness in the game or anything, but just like in textural satisfaction in playing with this character. He is inferior because whenever you do the combo, you don't hear sound effect twice. You hear it half of one time and then it gets cut off.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Music with the unspeakable horror. Oh boy, I'm just trying to read chat. What's up, dude? Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. Dude, what the fuck was Uncle Andre doing there? He was like literally running in a circle. Quan Chi, Zero Issue boys ruining my vibe here. Right, iframes, I forgot. Oh boy, this is not going well. I was trying to do infinite there, but oh well. Right, grandfather time. I love the little anticipation of him like falling. Like there's a longer delay and there's like the screen shake when he lands. It's pretty cool. Iframes. Alright, there we go. I feel like you should be able to jab them out of that when they're running that slow, but I don't know. Stuff like some things like that don't seem super consistent. I think it's interesting because there's like a lot of little things that just not at all like stuff that necessarily makes the game bad or makes it like you know inferior and inaccurate port, even though technically there might be inaccuracies, but like there's just things that feel that like work a little bit different from the arcade game. I mean, I'm totally fine with considering this game as well as like the Super Nintendo one or any other version as like a separate thing from the arcade game. I think anything looking or working differently from the arcade game isn't necessarily inherently a flaw or a problem. But it can be a little disorienting when you kind of forget or you expect things to work a certain way and then they kind of don't. Yeah, Billion said this is kind of based on the Super Nintendo version. And this is the American version, of course, so it's in English and we get the edited graphics and stuff. And in the original Super Nintendo version, Poison and Roxy were replaced by Billy and Sid. So for whatever reason, they're here in this version too.
An escaped convict? You're under arrest.
Come on.
How could you claim to be part of the law? Your timing couldn't be better for my career, boy. Come on, kid. You need a gun to be the big boss guy, don't you? You arrogant fool.
Like very, very like old school game localization vibes. These like very bland, angry, you know, insults and taunts and like calls to action. Oh boy. Oh, Eddie's? Fuck, that was meant. I could have killed him. Oh, he just walked right in. Like, I don't know. I feel like I used to back then think of Eddie as like not a brick wall, but like he can be really tough. But he seems to have like so little health. Like you can kill him pretty quickly. He's definitely, I think, the boss that's kind of the easiest to manipulate once he goes into gun mode. You can still definitely get super destroyed, especially if there's a lot of other enemies. He's not necessarily trivial, but I feel like that's the fight that's just like over so quickly. If you have the strats, I guess Sodom is maybe trivial. But I think, you know, Sodom's dash, even Damned's jump kick sometimes, Abigail's fucking everything, Belger's gun and shit. Like, I feel like every boss has got some like barely insurmountable iframe nonsense that's like super duper cheap. Eddie doesn't really, I mean, he's got a gun, and somehow he's the one boss that feels like he doesn't have the cheap stuff. He's definitely harder than this in the arcade, that's for sure. But even so, he stands out, I think, as like, as a less kind of nonsense boss. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily that he's easier than Damned, even though, I mean, I think in several of these versions, I probably have a better track record on like Deathless Eddie versus Deathless Damned. Maybe not at this point, but I'm always like a little surprised that he's not harder than he is. I mean, it's true, you do get the gum, which in this version gives you full health. In the arcade, it does like half health or something. A little more than that, maybe. But it's not like a full heal. It might be less than that, I don't remember. Like, Rolento is kind of a weird one. He also tends to go down, like, I get surprised at how quickly he goes down, but he can spend so much time just zooming around, fully invincible. Alright, that's an extent. And I don't feel like you really get that kind of nonsense much from Eddie. I'm just trying to think of, like, do we really want to play through this entire game again? But can you really go halfway through the industrial stage and go like, eh? Like, on the one hand, we're like almost at the end. On the other hand, Bay Area and Uptown are pretty long stages. Muramasa, period. No exclamation mark in this version. Weather's been really hot today, so I'm like, I feel exhausted just from the heat. Granted, at this point, I can kind of play this game a little bit on autopilot, but I also don't want to tire myself out and prevent myself from actually enjoying playing the version that I'm a little more excited to play because we didn't already play through it twice. Just double impact. We'll get there, but I was gonna say we can do the credit. We'll do that. We won't do any Shiro dog bricks, and then we'll just see how far we go on this credit. I guess how's that? Which may mean we'll beat the game. It's very possible, but we'll see. What's the lore for Prison Cody? I mean, basically, they kind of expand a little bit on the 3 roads to a 3, I suppose. But the ending of this game, where he's like, he rescued Jessica, and then it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm actually gonna, I hear there's still evil stalking the street, so I'm just gonna keep punching people. But they kind of established that Cody never was a hero. He just wanted to punch people, I guess. So he kind of, I don't know, roamed the streets punching people, and I'm not sure if he like, I don't know, I guess he like it's like established that he could break out of prison at any time because he's like absurdly super strong. He just kind of stays in prison because, like, he doesn't care, I guess, or he thinks he should be there. I don't know. It's just like he's not concerned with any. I don't know. Like, he's some kind of edgelord who just punches people. I think that's kind of the explanation. Like, Eddie E shows up in Alpha 3 and his like win poses and stuff, but it's certainly not implied that he was like framed for anything. He didn't, he didn't do or anything. I guess they wanted to give him more flavor as opposed to, just being a vanilla, like, kind of, justice fueled vigilante hero kind of character, I suppose. Say it, who's the real leader? Who's the master? Jonah. Strange. I don't remember this way. I'll send you back to prison. If you try to resist me, I'll charge you for treason. Oh yes, I took a shortcut after being... Alright, this is pretty funny. I guess it's referencing the fact that this stage was not in the Super Nintendo version. So I guess this is Alpha Cody from the Super Nintendo timeline where the industrial area didn't exist. Walked along the coast. Listen to me. That is a good memory, although it is different. Talk about it in Final Fight 2. Interesting. Well, we're going to be playing the Japanese version, because that's the one I have. That's the one that matters. I guess we'll try to see... I've seen the Final Fight 1 intro 500 million times. I kind of know it by heart, but I really don't remember anything from the intros of 2 or 3. I mean, I remember a few of the images. Did you guys see that? He was still in his, like, grab state, but I started stabbing instead of doing the knee attack. That was kind of strange. In the Japanese Final Fight 2 intro, he is in prison. That's interesting. I guess I wasn't aware that that was something that was established even back then. That's cool, though. Alright, 5 lives. I wonder if my weird stumpy jab is gonna do me much good against Abigail, although I guess I could just use the, Super Joy Everything strat. Fast backwards jumps. They're kind of difficult to do. Like the input is a little strange. And I'm sure I think it's like that for all versions, but like you have to press jump and then like you have to delay the backwards input quite a bit. Of course. Alright, I'm not playing very carefully though. 5 or 6 or reverse. Well, smattering of or reverse, some wonkus and billable. We want to be real specific. Can't decide if the guitars in this song sound awesome or whack. I feel like this is maybe the song in this soundtrack. I mean, the GBA version specifically has kind of the most personality to it. Largely on account of that guitar instrument. Like, it is a little goofy, right? But it's also kind of sick. Maybe it's mostly in comparison to the other songs. I don't know. Oh, I continued the combo after hitting the barrel. Dollar spelled correctly this time. Well, I feel like I'm running out of things to say about this game, I guess. It's like, well, we've been here. Alright, good combo. Well, we got one up. Yeah, the crowds, like, they really add a lot. Like, the Mega CD version has bigger crowds than the Super Nintendo one, for sure. But I think that still maxes out at, like, 4 enemies. I mean, 3 and 4 is a big difference. And, of course, given that you can play 2 players, like, it's gonna make for a larger, like, a bigger crowd. But I don't think in the Mega CD version you get like 6 Hollywoods showing up at once or anything like that. Because I remember when we went from the Mega CD version to this, like, oh yeah, fuck, there sure is more. Noticeably bigger crowds. But even this is, I don't think it's like arcade accurate necessarily. I think there's definitely some waves that seem different. Granted, it's not super easy for me to keep track of the differences between every version. We're playing so many kind of back to back. I think I could probably despawn Goose. I know it's like a strat in the final stage, I guess, but I just want to go fast. Oh, that is fast, but it's my life crazy. Oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Wow, it's just like full life bar, huh? Yeah, even here, like, you get 3 of them at once, because I guess the bottles and the fires are so intense. We also had arcades 11 enemies. Holy shit. Did the GBA have many beat-em-ups? We kind of talked about that before. I kind of said that, like, I felt like there were a lot, but McCall corrected me, I suppose, saying there really weren't, but there were a handful. There were, what did he say, like a dozen, 10-ish, something like that, maybe. And I think there weren't maybe a lot, but given the time frame of the GBA's lifespan, there were more beat-em-ups on GBA than anywhere else, I think it's fair to say. because I mean, in arcades, they're you know, you got what, Dynamite Deca 2, and like that's kind of it. Demolish Fist, I suppose, is somewhere around that time frame. Oh yeah, this part. But the genre had kind of run its course in arcades. And this was prior to the kind of resurgence of beat-em-ups following like Castle Crashers and Scott Pilgrim, because that was still like almost a decade away, roughly. So the beat 'em ups that we saw on GBA, I feel like were more kind of more than anything. I feel like they're kind of part of how the GBA in general was a little bit like not anachronistic, perhaps, but it was a 2D console mostly in a time where 2D games weren't really viable. I mean, in Asia there was a big mobile market, but those games were mostly a bit simpler. So the GBA got like, you know, it got a bunch of ports from like Super Nintendo and stuff, and it had, you know, it had this kind of old school classic vibe. I mean, there were a lot of ports of like NES classics and whatever, and I feel like there were a not insignificant amount of ports and reboots. There's like, you know, Elevator Action. Yeah, you mentioned Guardian Heroes, and Gunstar Heroes had a sequel too. So I see it kind of a little bit as part of that. You got ports and stuff, but also like games made in a kind of classic mold, I suppose. More so than like any trend of beat 'em ups in general, because I'm not sure if there really was one. But there definitely exist beat 'em ups, just maybe not like dozens of them. I mean, you mentioned a couple. Yeah, there's Guardian Heroes. There's I mentioned, what was it called? Gekido. There's the X-Men beat 'em up. There's a Dragon Ball beat 'em up. There's the Jackie Chan cartoon game. Double Dragon, of course. But there's a bunch, there's a handful, but there's not. I mean, there's probably more on Super Nintendo, if I have to guess. Oh yes, this way. I remember having stayed in front of a dog. It's pretty funny. You are too late. Punch me. Go for it. I'll show you my rage. Yeah, I know. Turn red, like a mad dash, right? You still stick to using only one attack pattern? Ah, you arrogant fool. Come on, I'm in a good mood today and ready for you. I wanted to grab 2P over there. Awesome. Doing that. Oh, that was really fucking stupid. Okay, deceptively good range there. I had to go early to... See, his jabs, it's funny, they don't look it, but Cody's jabs are like, have way better range than Guy's. PCRF claims that the bonuses were not discovered. It sounds questionable to me. If only because I would fully expect them to be detailed in at least some Japanese guide. Like, exactly, like, the English-speaking world may not have known about it, but... And of course, you know, we've talked about this, the... Holy shit, the hitboxes. Extend in the middle of the bonus stage. Alright, I'm 0, but we got it. But yeah, like the kind of US-centric bent to stuff like that, when there's no mention of it in English, which means apparently that means no one knows about it, even if it's like been printed in a guidebook. I'm trying to think, I don't think I have any Final Fight guidebooks actually, but if I did, I've definitely... Well, I would definitely look it up to see if I found any mention of it. But the thing is, like, in Japan, Shiro had like some kind of a following, right? We mentioned this before, but like in GameEst magazine, Shiro was like voted one of the like top 10 best new characters in an arcade game in 1989 or whatever. In the Street Fighter 2 Complete File book that we flipped through on stream the other week, Shiro is included in the like character relationship chart to explain that he is friends with Sabu, his Guile's daughter's dog. Obviously, those snippets being included doesn't prove that this trick was known, but I think it anecdotally helped support to some degree that like that there was a level of awareness between the developers and fans of, you know, the significance of the dog and that people cared. That's my take on it. I mean, I don't know, obviously. I don't have any evidence that it was printed in the guidebook or that people would have known about it, but... The ball from Camel Creek, number 16. Yeah, the stuff is pretty fun, for sure. There's been a lot of, like, scans of old GameEsts and Famitsus and stuff. Around on the internet. I haven't like looked at any of that stuff, but I see it pass by in my Twitter feed every now and then, and I always retweet it because it's like sick. Should definitely grab some of those issues and skim through them at some point. Games also had like a lot of like comics and shit. Like in one of my relatively, all things considered, recent, like, Japan shipment unboxing streams, I bought some comic books and stuff, and some of those were, like, GameEst publishing comic anthologies and collections and stuff, or, like, reprints of stuff that had been in GameEst magazine. Although I think they also have their own, like, separate, like, comics publishing arm that wasn't necessarily reprints of stuff from GameEst magazine, but even so, like, there's always been, like, fan arts and stuff like that show up. Oh boy, I didn't mean to look there. In case people are not familiar, by the way, GameEst magazine was, like, the premier arcade gaming magazine in Japan in the 90s. GameEst were also... they were like the premier publisher of arcade game strategy guides as well. The Game as to Mook series. So there were like a couple of very well-known series. I mean, Game Est also produced videos. So there were a lot of like Super Play video, like VHS tapes and like strategy guide tapes. A lot of arcade games that you could buy. Last time I picked up a diamond there. I'm not sure if the item is randomized or if there is both a gold bar and a diamond there. If I get like super lucky with extends and health items, like it's not inconceivable that I could beat this, but I still wouldn't exactly expect it, or certainly not take it for granted. I don't actually own any Game as to Mooks. Well, technically, I was flipping through some of my games in my shelf the other day. I recently got an optical disc drive installed in my PC, and I've been going through like a bunch of my DVDs, and eventually I'm gonna get to my Blu-rays to rip some stuff. That was kind of the main purpose of getting it. And I have, aside from just my like DVD movie collection, I have certain games that came with bonus DVDs and stuff, and some of that stuff is like a good candidate for ripping because that might not be super easily available. And I noticed that my copy of... It's really bad because there's items I really wanted inside there. I didn't quite remember, but the copy I have of King of Fighters 94 Rebound has like an extra bad box. I thought maybe that came with a bonus DVD of some kind, because I do have the bonus whatever edition of KOF Maximum Impact 2, which came with a DVD that's got like anime on it, like a 4-episode OVA or whatever. But KOF 94 Rebound actually comes with a kind of pocket-sized sort of reprint, but it's got a bunch of new stuff in it. Game as to Mook for KOF 94. It's like a reprint, I guess, but it also has like a history of KOF section and stuff in it. But as far as like actually, I think they also, I can remember. I know there's been some like Capcom releases in the last couple of years. In like eCapcom, which is their Japan online shop. They've done like eCapcom exclusive limited editions that have had like Game as to Mook reprints of some variety. I think I can't quite remember exactly. But as far as like originally published ones, I don't think I have any of them. I might, because I have some guidebooks for like some fighting games that I don't remember. But mostly, I have a couple of like vintage Japanese guidebooks, but most of the ones I have a couple for like Street Fighter 2, Virtua Fighter. But those are mostly for like the console versions. But I do have a couple of the All About series from Studio Bent stuff, and those are like fucking amazing. I used to read about those on the internet, like when I was in high school, as these like mythical game guides that have, like, of course it got like frame data, but that's barely scratching the surface. They've got like strategy stuff, but also like super in-depth lore and information and concept art and sheet music and you fucking name it. I would love to have a more complete collection of those, but some of those are pretty damn pricey. I have a couple. I have like Street Fighter 0, 02, and 03, I think. I have, they did a deluxe one for Vampire Hunter, which I have. I think I have one for Street Fighter EX, maybe? maybe Vampire Hunter? I forget. And I do actually have Volume 1, which is called just All About, because they're all called like All About, as in the game title, like All About Street Fighter Zero, All About Puzzle Fighter, All About whatever. And I do actually have Volume 1, which is simply called All About Tyson Cocktail Game, which means like versus fighting game. And it basically covers, I think it's like Art of Fighting 2, World Heroes, and Fatal Fury Special or something. It's really kind of ironic in a way that there is no All About like Super Turbo, like the definitive like Street Fighter 2 version. I feel like if there had been one like that, it would have been like the definitive super like amazing Street Fighter 2 resource book. Obviously, there's a bunch of other Street Fighter 2 books, but I would have like given how amazing a lot of the other books in that series were. It's a shame that there was no like Street Fighter 2 book. The book I mentioned was All About Tyson Cocktail Game. I could be misremembering and getting it mixed up with something else. Actually, I think that does cover Street Fighter 2, but the whole book is a little different. It doesn't have like, because it's thinner. All the other ones are like really thick. And of course dedicated to one game. So it's like a thinner book that covers multiple games. So it's not nearly as in-depth. But it's still cool, and it's like nice to have in my collection on account of being like Volume 1 in this long-running series. But I do have, and I was lucky to run into, kind of similar to the story I told last time about Street Fighter 2 Complete File. That was a book I knew about in a sense, because I'd heard things described, and I'd seen kind of low-resolution scans of some parts of that book, but I didn't know what the book looked like or whatever. So like when I found Street Fighter 2 Complete File, I could sort of piece together like, oh shit, this is that one book that I had heard referenced, blah blah blah. But I didn't exactly know the book per se. But I did very much know about the two like ultimate books in the All About series, which were All About Capcom. I think it's the full title, the English title is All About Capcom Head-to-Head Fighting Games 1987 to 2000. And there was also an SNK version that was All About SNK Head-to-Head Fighting Games 1991 to 2000, because they were published in 2000. And I happened to run into copies of both those books when I was in Mandarake in Shibuya, and I was just like, holy shit, this is like the holy grail. And those books aren't really strategy guides. They're more like reference and resource books. They have like information on all the fighting games, including like character endings, cheat codes and secrets. It has like a little bit of storyline synopsis and stuff like that. Some artwork and whatever. But the kind of main, like half of the book or whatever is like an encyclopedia, basically, of every character that shows up in every Capcom or SNK fighting game, including I'm gonna bet that Shiro is in that, like, because I know that fucking like the KGB agents from Zangief's ending have entries in that list. The Street Fighter the movie versions of every character has like a separate entry, but like for every character, like if you look up Ryu, for example, it'll have like under his entry, it'll say like Street Fighter 1, Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 0, like in a little description of like storyline stuff for every game and whatever. Like it's just a super cool resource. Anyway, the All About series are amazing books. Alright, are we going to be able to get Belger? I guess if we do it might be tight. We've got like 2 lives, so I'm probably going to try to rely a lot on Super Joy spam, but it's going to be quite easy to get hit by some stray arrows, which could kill me pretty quickly. Let's see if we can do it.
Well, how nice. What a perfect ending. Hey, what? You? Cody? Is that you?
Like what? Is he having a flashback as well? Or what's going on here? Oh, Belger. I'm glad to see you again.
What? You look like you.
What? You look like you found your true calling boy. There should be a comma there. I don't think he found his calling boy, but maybe that's what it looks like to him. I'm gonna enjoy this. My fists are ready to kick butt. Can fists kick? I guess they can. Can't wait anymore. Why don't you work for me? Shut up and fight. I can't be what you want, despite how I look. Come on, let's do this. Fight me. So I said I would super join, but then I proceeded to not do that at all. Okay. Jump so fucking quickly. If I'm gonna land one stray hit, it's better that it's a super joy hit than just a jab, I guess, right? Oh, I thought Belga had yellow life already, but that's not too bad at that, I don't think. It's still on white life, though. Oh, not anymore. The iframes are no joke. It's got like 2 seconds of iframes. You can call it iframes. It's like time. Green health. Ooh, what the heck? He went from... Oh, we got the extend even. He went from green health to having like half of a yellow life bar. There we go. In one throw. It was weird. The wing quote stuff is so whack. It just like ruins the pacing. Anyway, giving a little speech there. Yeah, it seemed like a bit of a Streets of Rage-esque reference there. Okay, yeah, and so 1989 Hager just teleports into the room. Well, we did it. Thank you for all the you did it's and GGs and whatnot. I mean, we got to see some unique content, at least. A little bit of dialogue. Ugh. I just feel like it's so hot and humid. I definitely need a break after this. But before I go on break, we should definitely take a look at like the options and whatever and see what we unlocked. I guess it's not going to be super exciting, but we'll just check. Let me update the sub count here, by the way. I like this song. I think I said the exact same thing last time, but it is still a good song, and a lot of the music in this port is still a little bit weird. Sounds fully out of sync. This is not skippable, it appears, by the way. I don't feel like I have to see it, but... The game probably is saved already, but I don't want to reset just in case it didn't. I'm actually not sure how the saving would work, because the game keeps track of how many enemies you've defeated. So I wonder if it would like update that and save it constantly, or if you would lose progress if you like turn the console off. So let's see how we did. Yeah, unsurprisingly, they kind of fucked around, hit more carelessly, used a lot more super joys instead of hitting more attacks, which I guess would have get lower score. You go from the very nicely remixed ending theme to whatever the fuck this is. I don't know what the deal is with the flashing text boxes. Maybe it was to make the text readable on the original GBA screen or something. I don't know. Let's just hop into the option screen real quick. Wow. Oh yeah, okay. We didn't actually unlock anything because the next thing isn't until 1300. Yeah, it's a little bit of a grind to unlock all the stuff, I guess. But like I said, you know, it makes sense. You'd want to encourage multiple playthroughs. Well, I think we still have, we've exhausted as much as we need to for the purpose of this retrospective. We've played quite a bit of Final Fight 1 on the GBA, probably the game we've spent the most time on total, actually, with multiple playthroughs. So, with that, I think we will move on from Final Fight 1, and we will instead be playing, well, I'll be taking a break, first of all, but when I come back from the break, we will do the other handheld version of this game, which is the 2006 Java phone version, which I'm quite curious about. But first, a break. When I return, Java phone Final Fight. See you guys in a little bit. right. Let's get rid of this. And let's set up the next game. Ushi84, greetings. Actually, let me turn on this. I didn't realize how long I'd been streaming. we're closing in on 3.5 hours already, and we've only just, like, cleaned up what was left of Final Fight 1. Granted, we don't have that many more games to get through tonight, but, man, I always underestimate how long shit like this is gonna take. So, we are going to be playing, as mentioned, the mobile phone version. Doesn't exactly have cover art, but I believe this is a screenshot of the title screen, so that'll do well enough. This will be game number 12. Of course, this one is simply called Final Fight. So let's update the title. And I guess we call this J2ME, right? This was developed by Capcom Mobile and came out in 2006. I believe all that information is correct and up to date. And let's see if we can get this set up correctly here. Phone shit, always a bit of an adventure, but I think we got it set up here. Capture is going to be a different matter, but let me pause the jams. We're gonna get some actual hot jams from the game itself here, I believe. Well, hot. That's I mean, I leave that up to you to judge, I suppose. Let's see which capture I should use. Let me give this a shot. Okay, what if I try doing this instead? Give me a second as I figure this out. Is this gonna capture? I don't think this one wants to quite cooperate. We'll get it to work. I think it's just gonna have a little bit of an ugly frame thing that I might want to crop, unless I can. Yeah, bear with me for a second. Bear with me. Okay, it looks like we're gonna do this. Is this making a difference? Well, come on, OBS, work with me here. All right, okay. So we've got this little. Let me actually fuck it. Let's make sure we can savor this.
Maybe not hot jams, but they will be phone jams for sure.
They will be. They will be. Thank you very much for those ice cold bits, Atomic Runner. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Set up a new crop preset, which will be very useful for all the other times I'm going to be streaming this. Okay, I think we got it there. I'm pretty sure this, well, I was going to say I'm pretty sure this was a Japanese developed thing, but I really don't know. I guess it is in English. I'm really super not knowledgeable about, well, I was going to say pre-smartphone phone games, but it's not like I'm particularly knowledgeable about smartphone phone games either. But we're probably going to have to work the audio settings here, but I'm pretty sure I recall this having music at least. So let's see. Oh, there we go. Controls. Down, left, right, attack, jump, kick, special move on 0. Okay, okay, sure. Ranking. All right, we got high scores. Options. Attack manual. Sound on, obviously. Well, hang on. There we go. Difficulty. What have we got? Hard, easy, normal. Let's go normal. Will the jams be phoned in? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. All right. Cody, Guy, Hagar. We haven't seen Hagar in a bit, so let's go Hagar. Excellent walk cycle there. Oh, there we go. Oh boy, that's a bit loud, maybe. Let me turn it down a little bit. Oh, one frame suplex. All right, got some dollars. Pretty satisfying. Got combos. This port doesn't maybe quite seem to have properly adjusted for the aspect ratio here. Hagar looks very wide. Alright. I'm trying to piece together if there's a pile driver. But the suplex is pretty good at least. Oh, right, the jump kicks. Okay, they're on the bottom. Okay, so the jump kicks, you know, we have like dedicated jump kick buttons. There are no neutral. Okay, we didn't get the barrel. There's no subway entrance, but okay. In the Amiga, like a lot of the computer versions, you like press, you know, button and up forward or whatever to do a jump attack. But there would usually be such a delay on the attack coming out that it was like useless. But here it's like literally instant. There's a wall of drop kick. Also, it's pretty funny again because of the unadjusted aspect ratio. Oh shit! Okay, I tried this before, but all right, we got pile drivers. You have to actually press the jump kick button and then the attack button in midair. Got it. Well, maybe we'll get different music on other stages, right? Oh yeah, we got. Oh, hang on. Go, pile driver. You can't hit the other guys. Like, oh, poison. Okay, hello. Oh, sorry, enemy. But whatever. Okay. Wow, that did a lot of damage. How's the audio, by the way? Is it like super ultra loud? Because it kind of is on my end. Well, yeah, like the moveset is pretty intact. Like it is, I think, more comparable to the computer versions than anything else. But it runs smoothly, and it's not slow. Okay, this is completely in the wrong music, but it's a different track. There we go. Actually, let me turn down the emulator here. It's like 2% volume. That should be better. Alright, cool. Can save that a little bit. Like, in terms of how they've adapted the controls, as I said at the beginning of the stream, like, I would expect this to be... have gone through a similar transformation as the computer ports. And I think that's pretty accurate. But some of the mechanics, the way you can grab a little more easily and instantly, walk around, you can do either the suplex or the pile driver. It ends up being a little more reminiscent of the arcade, but the actual like pacing and stuff, I'm willing to bet throw combos are not a thing. Oop, yeet it out of there. Okay, sure. Oh, there were two of them. I like that. So in like the Spectrum version, he just does the kick sitting on the floor, like the old Antonio Inoki, you know, knee kicks. But here he just, you know, goes flying. Actually, I just realized there's no headbutts. But that's okay. The suplex is instant and does a lot of damage. All right. You know, if this version has the industrial area, it's officially better than the Super Nintendo version. Okay, this subway's looking a wee bit plain. All right, is the music like suddenly way lower now? Oh, dude, look at Andre. It looks pretty good. pretty funny. He looks very tan, like the Super Nintendo version. Actually, I guess that it's probably okay if the music is really low. Okay, we just fell out of his hands. We're like the same height. Oh, just rapid punch. You look at the size of that diamond. Oh, you can't pile drive the barrels, but... Dude, the actor frame. She walked into me completely after I'd suplexed. I'm just mashing punch. Yeah, like the patterns of like how the enemies are fighting doesn't really resemble the original game. But that was completely true of pretty much all of the computer ports. And some of those were still really fun. I mean, dude, if I had this on my fucking phone... I mean, in 2006, I had, like, what, Snake? Maybe Space Impact? On my, like, Nokia 3310? This is, like, fucking 8 billion times sicker than that. It's, like, highly recognizably Final Fight. And I got some pretty interesting, unique takes on some of these character sprites. Like, that Andre right there is, like, pretty strong. Oh, okay. No Hollywoods. The stages are a little truncated. But that's fine. It won't take 3 hours to play through. I mean, it's a phone game, right? It's not a bad thing. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. We weren't done with the subway car. It's, again, shades of the Spectrum ports, like, mid-stage loading. Might still get some Elgatos and Hollywoods. Got more diamonds. Timing of the like the punches and combo stuff is a little peculiar. Whoa, hang on. I mean, the whole world of like feature phone games is like super fascinating because there's so much cool, interesting stuff that, I mean, a lot of it I'm sure didn't see any kind of release in the West, but even if it, I guess, would have, people would definitely not have taken any of it any seriously at all. Whoops, I just accidentally made the window larger. Sure. There we go. I'm like playing on the keypad, so I accidentally hit the plus button, which I guess made the window larger. Are there any fucking healing items anywhere here? A lot of empty... No. Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, a lot of fucking empty drum cans. Whoa, he actually did the headbutt. I think... Definitely... Like, I would compare this... to something like the you know, the Spectrum and Amstrad versions. That's probably, like, it's what it kind of feels the closest to. But it's a lot faster, and obviously it's got more colors and everything. And it's like more reminiscent of the arcade in some ways, but it's also like, whoa, what the heck? Well, okay, well, I guess they're gonna reuse this. I mean, this is kind of like an arena, so we'll just use this part. Okay, that little dash with the sword looked kind of different. Okay, strat still works. Dude, Sodom, like, fucking does his... You know, he does his attack. He does his thing. It's a lot less damage, but... Ah, fucked it up. Alright, let's try again. Good damage. Hey, we did it. We did the no-miss Sodom. Like, first time. But it's so cool. Like, he, the fight was kind of like the arcade version. Yeah, like, in Japan for sure, like, with, I mean, phones were, like, fucking a decade ahead of you know, Europe, at that time. With services, you could, like, watch TV on your phone, which seemed like fucking witchcraft when I was in... I lived in Japan from, like, mid-06 to mid-07. So that was kind of, like, right around the time, I guess, when the iPhone was like sort of becoming a thing, but definitely wasn't. You know, it was perfectly normal for people to not have smartphones. I don't know. I don't remember exactly when the iPhone launched, but oh, okay. I guess that's Jessica item. Yep, we're invincible. That's interesting. That's really interesting that that's in this version, because that's otherwise only in the Super Nintendo and GBA versions. Maybe some of those people worked on this version too, you know? This was developed by Capcom Mobile, which I would expect to be a Japanese... Like, surely stuff like this would not have been developed, you know, in the West for a Western audience, I wouldn't think, but who the fuck knows? But yeah, so you would have like online services and stuff, and better distribution and cooler, you know, games and apps and whatever. And then their websites looked like they were made in 1994 for fucking Netscape Navigator 1.0 or whatever. All right, well, we're back here. No multicolored Andres or any enemies, actually. That's kind of an interesting thing. You like, I guess you would kind of think that with all the color and graphics that we would have been able to have more color variations here. Also, I guess we just skipped the bar entirely, huh? We're gonna see some parked cars, some sun signs. It's very, very. I mean, it's understandable that they would truncate stuff kind of as much as they can, because I suppose this would have been something you had to like download, and either they probably would have had hard limits on how large, like whatever platform or distribution channel this was made available through, either there would have been a hard limit on how large something could be, or you just want very small files for, you know, for downloads to be nice and quick and simple, as well as, you know, not incur too much, you know, phone, like traffic costs or whatever, as well as loading, of course. Like, I'm gonna assume that whatever phone you'd be playing this on wouldn't have a shit ton of computing power. I mean, the load times are not terrible or anything, but you could understand wanting to limit the amount of data you would have to load. Yeah, the fucking one-frame suplex is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty alright. Like I said, you know, if I had this on my phone in the mid-2000s, I mean, maybe I wouldn't play this like all the time, but I mean, I did play my fair share of Snake and... Okay, alright. I mean, I guess this is the section we're in. Oh wow, we knocked the gum out of him. He's not really, like, doing much to avoid me here. Oh, there's the gun. We get some gum here. No! Well, we did get an extend just there. I wanted to see how much health I got from the gun. Oh, let's pick it up here. But this, like, you kind of use the same strats on the bosses as you would in the real game. Like, that's barely been true for any of the other home versions. It's really cool, like, how recognizable the game is. For as compromised and changed as everything is, of course, like, it's still recognizable. Round 4, industrial area, it's intact. But now we get this song. The music is definitely a bit all over the place. Up just a tiny bit. The enemies are not very aggressive. Like, this is definitely... I mean, I understand, you can't, like, given how you control this game, you can't really have it be like the arcade game. It needs to be a little less intense. but it's really quite forgiving. Oh, he's not dead. Just do an instant jump kick. There we go. Just cover fucking half the screen. No backflips in this version, unfortunately. Oh, wow, okay. Will I love for this? Nice. Got the quality fucking 2-second loops. I love that there's a stray, like, magenta pixel on the top of Andre's hair. It kind of makes it look like he's got some kind of a hair dye punk vibe thing going on. Also, are these the first Hollywoods we've seen? Oh, shit, it did the running attack. I'm pretty impressed with this port. It's pretty fucking cool. Like, so many little bits and pieces you kind of go like, oh, that's that. Like, oh, I can see what this is meant to be. Ah, shit, we lost another life. I have no idea what we're, like, how this is gonna do on like, what it's gonna be like in terms of continues or anything like that. He walked into me, I guess. Maybe that was the running attack. Holy shit, why am I struggling so much with this guy? It's like, kicking my fucking ass. I'm trying to pick up knives. There we go. I was trying to get too fancy. Okay, loading. No fires, thank God. Do we get the green area now, or do we get to the elevator? It looks this. Well, this may be the second part of the stage. There just isn't a different tile set for it. That's probably the case. Yeah, the Nokia 3310 was the first mobile phone I had. I got that when I was in high school. And, yeah, Space Impact was the shoot 'em up. I mean, it's not much of a game, I don't think, probably, but, you know, it keeps you busy. Beats staring into the wall, which is kind of what you had to do for entertainment otherwise, I feel like. Snake's a good game, though. It's very jank. More dank than jank. I think, oh, dude, rolling barrels, no slowdowns. Confirmed better than Super Nintendo. Struggle, there we go. Struggling to pick up the pipes. Like, again, like, you gotta keep in mind, like, the state and standard of phone games. Like, even having, like, full color and this kind of resolution was not something I would maybe take for granted. I mean, I definitely did not have a phone with a color screen in 2005, 2006. Actually, I think the phone I got when I was in Japan would have been the first phone I had with the color screen. It's interesting thinking of it now. No scrolling, I'm gonna guess. Good timing. I mean, when this came out, I was living in Japan at the time, and I had a phone that probably would have been able to run this. But I think... Well, I mean, I did have a cheap phone with a cheap service, so I probably... It's very possible that some stuff like this would not have been accessible without some kind of a subscription or something like that. But I was completely ignorant to how any of that stuff worked. It's just like you needed a phone in order to, like, be able to email. I very rarely, if ever, actually called anyone on my phone. But it was like your email device. Because you didn't really use, like, SMS, like text messages. It was all just email. I don't remember or even know if... I just walked into my screen. If I could, like, browse the internet on my phone. It's throwing me, I think? Yeah. But it would have been interesting, for sure, to try to get some of those games, but, I mean, it's a little too late now. Oh, there's a grenade! There we go. No cool death sequence, but hey, he threw one grenade. Yeah, Japanese phones for sure. Like until the iPhone pretty much like changed the landscape. Japanese phones for sure were a hell of a lot more advanced. No sick Bay Area song. Oh, we might still get a bathroom. Like, all right, so betting time, I guess. Are we gonna get sexy bathrooms? Are we gonna get piss bathrooms? We do seem to have different graffiti on the benches here. Does it say skets? No. I guess, are we going to get bathrooms at all? I would not really take that for granted. The first stage did have the underground section, but since then, well, every stage has had like 2 areas basically. Like West Side had it didn't have the restaurant, but it did have the arena, and it was like the same arena as Sodom. This stage, even in the arcade, doesn't really change all that much. Oh, we got the little background part here. Again, we have the Jessica invincibility power-up, which is kind of cool. No Shiro, I'm gonna guess. Yep, no dogs allowed. The background is like very conspicuously empty, so I wonder if we'll just have the exact same tile set throughout the entire stage, but maybe we might get the Statue of Liberty and the sunrise. We'll see. Because if we don't get that, I would expect that we get bathrooms at least. But if we do get the unique graphics for the boss area, then I'm not sure if I would take bathrooms for granted. If this has the sexy bathroom, it's better than most port. Or see, it's loading now, so... That's a good load screen. I'm gonna guess no bathrooms. It's like a lot harder to make sense of where you are in the level. Oh, let's just grab that. Ah! The attack button is like very unresponsive. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think my brother... I lived with my brother at the time in like 04, 05, and somewhere around there he got the... what was it called? It was called the Razor, I think? Motorola, I think it was. The Motorola Razor, which was like a super cool, fancy phone at the time, which had like... it was a flip phone that had... the outside had like a tiny little screen that I guess you could have like a clock on or something. But I feel like it's like, even if you had like a cool phone, like games were like, the idea of games on a phone just seemed, I feel like that was like barely even consideration. It feels like, funnily enough, I feel like the way you felt or thought about games on a phone were like, oh yeah, you know, a few years ago we had, you know, Snake was fun, but, you know, I'm kind of bored of that, and it's not like games on phones are going in, or you know, doing anything else interesting, so whatever, I don't care anymore. Or like, not that there were games and I wasn't impressed, it's more like the idea of even like investigating what games you could play on a phone. There was just like this kind of assumption that it wouldn't be worth your time, I feel like. That's kind of how I'm piecing together my recollection of that time period. But that's kind of conjecture. I mean, this section here is recognizable. It's the Hollywood Gauntlet here, but it's a little more chill. Bonk. Dude, the pile drivers are pretty funny when the enemies are like half your size. Oh, they do the slide. I was just about to say, they don't really slide and fuck you over, but... apparently they have the slide. We got the upside down jump. Okay, another load time. Will we get different graphic for the boss fight then? Or is it just like one tile set the same graphic for the entire stage? Will we get the way out sign? Well, different music here at least. The actual Well, did the music just get louder? The fucking 1 frame, like 70% damage suplex. It's like pretty satisfying. This is definitely fun. I feel like I've been keeping kind of even pace here with gaining lives about the same rate I'm losing them. Wow, Abigail is like smaller than me. So this version doesn't quite seem to have a lot of like iframes on bosses and stuff. Alright, he's backing up. Is he gonna do his big old red dash? Oh, well, he punched me. Like, I'm trying to maintain distance to see if he's gonna charge up, but nah, he just walks up and... Oh, well, he's... Okay. It's the same as the Andres moves. Like, yeah, he doesn't like anti-air. I'd probably just defeat him like this if I had to guess. I like that we get the same, like, 2 bars of this song. Music is better than the Super Nintendo version. I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, it's debatable, I think, but it's. You have a case. I'll say that much. Yeah, fuck it. At this rate, we're going for the 1cc, man. Maybe the most inept Abigail, because like some of the computer ports didn't even have Abigail to begin with, right? This might be one of the less threatening Abigails. It'll be very interesting to see what Belger is like. Wow, okay, we just start here. Okay. Yep, definitely a bit truncated. Oop, wrong button. There we go. Yeah, that's actually, I feel like this is probably the most... I mean, it has all 6 stages, including stage 4, that's what I meant to say. But I feel like stage 1 is the only stage that kind of felt intact. It's interesting to see, like, all these versions, which obviously aren't really capable of bringing the full game in its entirety, like, what they choose to kind of omit and what they choose to truncate and how it all works out. And like what you can leave out and still have the game kind of feel mostly complete. I mean, I feel like the opening street section is like pretty significant, but the thing is, like, without those landmarks, it's hard to tell. Like, I think, you know, it could be that the street section is in this level, it just looks like this. But given that we're fighting a bunch of Hollywoods and Poisons, I don't think that's the case, because it's mostly Axels and Slash. Though, come to think of it, Axel and Slash aren't in this version, are they? I'm like trying to think if we've ever fought any of them, but I don't think we did. So like, every single section is going to be an approximation of what it looks like in the arcade at best. So sometimes, if the tile set is different and the enemies are different, is it even that same section anymore? Or is it just like something that looks kind of similar? Dude, you can like blow through these guys so fast. It's very satisfying. It's like the fucking fastest suplex in the West. Fucking sick. It's like... I will say, like... obviously, you know, the sound and feedback of doing the suplex and the kind of the exhilaration of pulling off, like, you know, using the iframes and stuff in the arcade, like, that's kind of unmatched. But this, like, damn if this isn't one of the funnest suplexes to use. Ah, shit, we're dead. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, the sound obviously makes it way more fun. The lack of animation is kind of a double-edged sword here, because it's instant, which is hilarious and feels great. It's fun. but each individual suplex, like, you know, if you have the sound effect, the scream, or more importantly, just the thud of them dunking into the ground would obviously make it a lot better. But the fact that you can just basically, you know, you grab someone and you're instantly with them on the ground, and if the sprites kind of overlap, like it's kind of like you can do the repeated like throw combo, like this, but you don't have to like waste precious time punching. You just suplex, suplex, suplex. Like it's bizarre, but it's really fun. Like grabbing is relatively easy. There's no weird hovering over enemies like in the, you know, the Spectrum version, but also enemies don't move faster than you. They're not terribly aggressive, so you can just like, you know, fucking loop your suplex like this. That's pretty good. Oh, I was just about to go read chat, but that worked out. Rolling barrels with no slowdown, dude. This version's, keep saying it. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty cool. I feel like trying to rank all these versions would be very, very difficult. But if one were to do something like that, I feel like the way I would rank these games, I feel like there would be a lot of people who would maybe not disagree in the sense that they would have a very specific different list. But I feel like there are definitely a bunch of these versions that I would feel positively about enough to like want to acknowledge. Like I think the C64 version is just the worst. There's no real argument there because it's so tedious and unresponsive, and like all the computer ports are obviously a bit janky and a bit, you know, awkward. But the Amiga version, the CPC version, the Spectrum version, they all have like, even when they're at their worst in terms of unreliability and weirdness and jankiness, there's stuff in them that is like super fun to do. And that's super true here as well. But I feel like most people, you know, if you were to go into that kind of comparison or even go into playing any of these games without an open mind and strictly comparing it to what you would expect from the arcade version, obviously a lot of them fall very short of that, but judged on their own merits and based on, you know, the capabilities of the respective platforms and such, a lot of them are quite impressive. But more importantly, I think, like, I'm having fun playing this. Like, would I recommend this version over other versions? I mean, maybe not. I mean, if you're a Final Fight scholar, I think you should. You owe it to yourself to try it. But for sure, like, the Amiga version is something I consider, like, because it's so different from the arcade, it's not a matter of, like, neither makes the other obsolete or redundant, because they're just that different. And both of them, I mean, I wouldn't say they're equally fun. I think the arcade version is a lot more engaging, but the Amiga version offers something that the arcade version does not. And I think that the same is true here. And that's kind of what I guess why I think it would be difficult to rank them, because they're such... They're similar, but simultaneously so different, and they rarely do like the same thing, but more or less well. I feel like almost always some... Oh, there's the dash attack. Wow. Some more unique component to it that makes it stand out. Dude, I don't know if this even has continues, right? So this is starting to get a little bit scary. Yeah, I mean, as far as ideal, like, you know, making use of phone features and numpads and whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think most games you'd get would be very simple. Either, you know, something like this that's a port, or if not, at least like an approximation of a classic style of game. So one thing I really can't speak to, given that I have so little familiarity with this area of games, is like innovation Like, were there a lot of... Huh, Jessica's just sitting there. Alright, there's Belger. He's got his wheelchair. Alright, okay, so this is a little bit like the Amiga version, the ST version. Oh, fuck me, he's still destroying me, though. Or he doesn't get out of his chair. Or do I have to grab him? I'm hitting him and he's not... Ah, oh, fuck, this is gonna be fucking difficult. Raccoon, we have not played anything that is not the original Final Fight. We've only played ports of Final Fight. Okay. Got him out of the chair. Hopping around. Got hit there by something. I fucking hope there's a continue. Oh, fuck. Do I have a 0 life? I do, okay. Yeah, but I'm not gonna fucking kill him on this life. Very hard to dodge his arrows. Well, it doesn't really have iframes, does he? Well, he kind of does, actually. During the jump, at least. Okay. Is this maybe it? Okay. He won't kill me on 1 hit, but he'll kill me on, like, 2 hits. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I will not be able to reach chat for a bit. Slow, but we're getting there. Scary. Kinda want to hit him on the way up. So you hit him immediately, so you don't have to risk him shooting and you like landing on his arrows. So the jump kick is like pretty weak, but you know, it's working. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna get a window death here. Well, he's on the left, so we did it, guys. We did it. We got strats. Oh, shit! I was not expecting that. Belger is defeated, Mad Gear destroyed, and Jessica is safely returned to her father. We even get the closure on Jessica. That's like superior to the Spectrum version. She was even in the room. That's incredible. New high score. Rank 1, round 6. 1.488 million. Congratulations, game cleared. Thank you for playing. Thank you, Capcom. Thank you. We did get the mobile phone Final Fight 1cc. Thank you very much for all the you did it's and GG's. Was there a... Say, there's no credits anywhere, were there? Oh, shit. Oh, this is different, right? Newly elected mayor Mike Hagar has decided to clean up Metro City, the crime capital of the world. He has promised the citizens of Metro City that he will free the streets of the major crime group Mad Gear. Mad Gear rule the city under the leadership of one man, Belger. However, Mayor Hagar's plans take a U-turn when Mad Gear kidnap his daughter, Jessica, saying they will only return her if the mayor allows Mad Gear free reign of Metro City. Mayor Hagar calls on his gym mates, Guy and Cody, to help him rescue Jessica and free the streets of Metro City once and for all. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's what auto attack means. Okay, well, we've been mashing. That's fine. Sound, yeah, items. Make sure to look out for items that can be picked up. They may be hidden under barrels that can be destroyed. They're not that, like, hidden, but sure enough. Pick them up and receive weapons, health, points, or bonuses. To pick up the items, walk over them and press attack. Special moves. Press the special move key to perform a spinning attack move with any of the characters. This move will affect your health if you connect with an enemy. Affect health, alright. You cannot perform this move if your energy is too low. Hagar, pile driver. Nice, we get the pile driver instructions. Grab an enemy, press the jump kick key, and while in air, press attack. Hagar and Cody, power throw. Grab an enemy and press attack to perform a power throw. Oh, there you go. Well, I guess that's the mobile port of Final Fight. Is there much more just to show or to say? Actually, you know what? We really should look at what Cody and Guy look like, right? Wow. Okay, that's cool. You get to pick your stage. Nice. What the? Holy shit! The alpha characters are in this. Zero Cody. What the? Okay, that's pretty cool. How many people knew that this was a thing? I sure didn't. So, presumably there is a Zero guy as well, right? But do I have to beat the game again to unlock him? Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure why you would play anyone but Hagar in this version, because you literally, like, the characters are all the same, I guess, except Hagar also gets the pile driver. I've got some technically unique sprites, right? Even though obviously they're just adapted from the other game. He still looks like purple here, just like in the GBA game.
Scorpion.
Java phones does what Nintendo don't.
That is absolutely accurate. Some crispy bits there. Thank you very much for those, Atomic Runner. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would absolutely expect this to be a Japanese game. But yeah, it's kind of cool though that I guess they're still called Z Cody and guy in this. Yeah, it's really fast and snappy, but it's you know, it is fast. Chaining throws here not quite as satisfying as chaining the suplex, but at the same time, like the pacing feels pretty sluggish on account of, like, you don't really get that sense of traversing, like, from one area to the next, since every stage is like very, I mean, it's just like in so many bad beat 'em ups where it's literally just the same tile set stretching on forever. But dude, that's so cool. Like, who would have thought that fucking Zero Cody was a playable character in this? Again, that, like, that makes me so curious if there is any kind of common, you know, developers or any other sort of development DNA between this and the Super Nintendo and GBA versions. Now, obviously, the GBA version was the most recent version when this was made, but it's so funny. You know, I would definitely still not have expected that to have been the basis for. I mean, obviously, I'm sure this is not like built on the code from that version in any sense, but I would not have expected any kind of secrets or features based on that version specifically. But that's so cool. But I feel like this version has even less reason to play these characters. Not that it matters, like, it's still awesome that they would have any kind of bonus thing like that in it. Alright, well, I think, I don't think we need to do another full playthrough, or in fact, I will not, because it's getting kind of late, and we have a whole other game to look at. Okay, can I figure out how I reach the menu button? Well, not like that, apparently. Not sure. Oh, I can punch on this button too. Okay. Well, I think we will leave mobile Final Fight there. New moon jumps. Pretty cool, all things considered. Quite playable, and it had a good Andre sprite. And a giant Hagar doing pile drivers. I don't know that I would come back to this version, but I didn't hate it. Not at all. Not at all. And apparently I can't stop playing. Yeah. I just don't know the keybinds. I could look it up, but I also don't really care. We'll wrap it there, I think. for mobile Final Fight. My ears, like somewhat ringing. Let's soothe our ears. Sweet Mega CD jams. And we'll let this play for a bit here because I need to do a little bit of setup here. We will be moving on to what is kind of the kind of last version of a Final Fight 1. There is actually one version that we have kind of skipped here that I don't have on hand to play, but we will have reason to play it later, and we'll do it at another time. We won't be doing it tonight anyway, but we will be playing Final Fight Double Impact for the PS3. Hopefully, if everything works. I will need to do a little bit of setup here, is all. All right. So let's see if I. Give me a sec here. So we will hop on over to EMI. And right, I need to change my capture here to this component. Oh yeah, I probably do want to crop it actually. Well, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Set it to PS3. Alright, okay, let's go in here. There we go. Hydrate real quick. Here, I believe. And let's change some stuff here. Game number 13. All right. Developed by Proper Games. According to Game FAQs, did this and like one iPhone thing and then nothing else. 2010 is when this came out, and yeah. For whatever reason, they saw fit to bundle Final Fight with Magic Sword. I don't know why, but those are both good games, so why not, I guess? I don't know. As you would expect from a 2010 release, it's got some wackiness going on with emulation and visual filters and fake arcade cabinets and shit. Oh yeah, shit, we got I've got Sword Fam. I'm not sure if it's readable in there, but my best score apparently on this is 1.3 million, and Sword Fam's best is 1.8. So I guess the goal for tonight is to beat Sword Fam's score here. Where's we're not going to let anyone join. No online, thank you very much. Although this game does require you to be connected to PSN for it to boot, which fucking sucks, but oh well. So a little bit of information before we head in to the game. Like I said, you know, for a 2010 release, it kind of is what you would expect. It doesn't give you that many options or as much as you would like. But effort was definitely put into it. And it was, you know, aside from the weird online, always online DRM, whatever, it's definitely a pretty cool release. And I think this was in a time when, like, it wasn't, not that I know that it is maybe now, but even then, it definitely wasn't quite figured out, you know, how do you package, how do we resell old games? The first wave of kind of Xbox Live Arcade emulated games, you know, there was like Contra and Pac-Man and stuff like that on XBLA in like 2005, 06. Symphony of the Night was a huge deal when that came out in like 07 or whenever. But I think this was kind of the part of the first wave, maybe. I mean, this would have been post Super Turbo HD Remix, which was late 2008. But still, like, in terms of like re-releasing games and trying to add more new stuff, not just like a straight port with a shit smear filter, or like trying to maybe make a more enticing package. And I think they probably got it more right than wrong. What they did here is like they put GGPO in this, so there's like good online. It has a vault with a bunch of unlockable concept art in like really high quality, and a lot of stuff that wasn't, or maybe hasn't even since then, been like super easily available elsewhere. And it's got some like filters and whatnot, but I think the standout feature of this has to be the new soundtrack. The music in this version was made by Simon Wiklund, who did the music for, most famously, I suppose, Bionic Commando Rearmed. He also did the music for Third Strike Online Edition, which I think was also 2011 maybe. So he got to do a few things for Capcom for a bit there. So the soundtrack is kind of the major reason we're even playing this version, because there certainly have been other products released that contain Final Fight in some kind of emulated form. I think it wouldn't be that interesting to play all of those, because it's going to be like maybe some slightly different flavors of imperfection in the emulation, but that's like not that interesting to look at. The Mega CD version, of course, had more unique aspects to it than only the soundtrack, but I think the Mega CD version of Final Fight definitely proves that the music alone can really change how the game feels. Also, I just realized I need to update the title here, right? And of course, how do I switch game? Pressing left or right, or pressing bumpers and stuff, and nothing. Wait, swap game. There we go. Square. Aha! I beat Swordfam score on this one at least. So we got Magic Sword. Which I guess maybe also had new music. I'm not even sure. Of course, we have the American cabinets with the shitty artwork and whatever. Well, it's not shitty artwork, but it's not Capcom artwork. Of course, yeah, just the characters are all like off model. I wonder if the American cabinet art and stuff is in the vault. We might take a look at that. Yeah, Double Dragon XBLA unfortunately is no longer available. I really wanted to play that version for the Double Dragon retrospective. I think we ended up watching a playthrough, like a video of it, because yeah, that was like another early release. It was also like 06 or something, and they were like trying to figure out what to do, and one of the approaches, I guess, like they you know, so many games that came out on Xbox Live Arcade advertised having like HD graphics, which what they meant was like, yeah, we put an ugly filter on the original art. But I think that also came from the fact that some of the early releases did legitimately have HD graphics, like Double Dragon. The graphics in that port are all redrawn from scratch. And what I suspect happened is that they put money and effort into redrawing the art, and no one really cared. And people kind of realized that they could put a shitty filter on it and just call it HD. And it may not be that people appreciate and love that filter so much, but you'll still hear people to this day like regurgitate those marketing blurbs talking about like, oh yeah, you know, Golden Axe on XBLA had HD graphics and whatever. Like, well, no, it looked like shit. It had a fucking poop filter. But you know, evidently that worked, right? They could just claim baselessly that it had HD graphics, and that was just as good in most consumers' eyes as actual redrawn graphics. So like, why bother? I think that's pretty much how it went. No, Dai didn't work on the XBLA version. I'm actually not sure who developed it, but it was definitely, I suspect anyway, that it was like a Western thing. He did art for the iPhone version, and was any of his art in the Zeebo version? Can't remember, but I think it was primarily the iPhone version. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, and back in the day, in like the 90s, I would play, you know, Neo Geo games on Neo Rage X, and I would use the fucking Eagle Engine filter, and I thought it looked cool. But the weird thing about the filters that they had for some of those XBLA games is like it just transcended those filters by leaps and bounds in terms of like smearing everything together, making it like reaching new heights of looking like shit. Speaking of filters, we should hop in here real quick. Like, settings are a bit limited. But yeah, we got remastered music, which it's not what a remaster is, but it's new music. And we have some options here. So I think I kind of set this up previously. So we do have, actually we should start the game because you can actually see what the filters look like. But I think we should play this with the arcade monitor upscaler. I don't think it looks the best, but it's unique to this version. So I think this will, it's a good showcase for this version as to like what sets it apart from other versions. Yeah, Eagle like predated the Super 2X side. Dolph Hungren, what's up? How close is this to Arcade Perfect? I would not really be the right person to ask, to be honest. You might think that I'm some kind of authority here based on the time spent playing every version of this game. But I, to the best of my knowledge, this is essentially emulation, right? With sort of music and GGPO and whatever is kind of injected into it. So I would expect it to kind of be perfect in that sense. But I'm sure there might be some weird lag or slowdown or something like that. I don't think there's like any deliberate game balance changes or anything. But I'm sure there's a laundry list of reasons why anyone who's like doing serious score attempts or whatever would never choose to play this version. So I think that's just how it goes. There is, I don't think, like some later games like that Iron Galaxy did, like the Darkstalkers collection and some of those others, I think have the like cabinet view. I'm not sure if this one has that. I kind of don't want to mess with this because it might like reset the settings for the screen size and cropping and whatever. But we're not going to do that. Like Arcade Monitor isn't that. It's just like the CRT, like the scanline filters and the screen, what do you call it? Like the bulging, rounded screen effect and stuff like that. It's kind of like a vignette. Of course, you don't get to actually set your controls. It's kind of whack, but I have a punch button, I have an attack button. That's all I need. Let's do it. All right. So we just jump in the middle here. We don't get to like see it from the beginning. That's fine. So I'm gonna crop out the side panels here, so you get a little better view. I think, well, maybe the arcade view does. Actually, now I'm confused because I wanted to say you can. Actually, I could be wrong. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. This is just until you start the game. There we go. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I dislike about their CRT effect in this one is that you do get the fucking Eagle Engine filter underneath it. You know, this is 720p. There's a limit to how precise you can get in it, but the actual scan lines and the kind of vignette effect, like, it's really not bad. Although you get some kind of screen, like, blurring effect, which seems like the opposite of a CRT. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than just like drawing black lines on every other row of pixels. I'm gonna turn up the audio a little bit, on my end at least. I'm not used to having like all these enemy types and stuff. The gamma's a little weird maybe, but yeah, there seems to be like some kind of motion blur effect or something, which seems very strange. I mean, like in terms of like trying to replicate a CRT, because that's like you don't get that on a CRT. Ah, shit. Ah, I didn't mean to jump. Fuck. Oh, there should be food right after this screen, so... Music's pretty cool. But yeah, you can really... If you look at Hagar's name, but the life bar, you can really see, like, the disjointed pixels. Like, that. I think that filtering effect... And it's, like, really stupid that it's... You can't, like, isolate that effect from the rest of the CRT filter stuff. It's, like, really all or nothing. I mean, now that we're in game, I can... So you can get this, like, sharp pixels. Smooth, which is, like... yeah, just look at... I don't know how clearly this looks on... But that's the thing, again, like, going up from the original resolution to 720 is, like, not that huge of an increase in resolution. So, it's still, like... I mean, I feel like you gotta go up to, like, at least 1080, but ideally, like, 4K resolution for, like, for it to really... even out. So the crisp is like, I guess this is Eagle Engine and this is 2XI, something like that. So you can tell that this keeps the crisp filter, but adds like the like phosphor glow, the color bleed. If you look at the score numbers, for example, like I think that effect is, I don't know that it's super accurate, but I don't like it. But I think if they just had this look, but the glow and the vignette, like everything except this, like I don't know, I think this would look better. But like I said, I think this is interesting, and it's not bad enough that I really don't want to use it. And we've seen worse, right? Gonna jump now, right? Nope, not quite. Oh, fuck. Ah, I should have... Okay, well. That's fine. Can we get the no-miss actual arcade damned is the question here. It sucks that Hollywood forced the lariat. Gonna jump? Yeah. He forced the lariat, so I timed it so that he could, like, land on me. Okay, we got it. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever really come across a... I don't think I've really come across a... CRT filter that I felt was so good that I would prefer to play with it over any other option. I don't think this would be my preferred way to play this, but it is for the purposes of like appreciating what's unique about this version. But I think like with like the advent of like 4K monitors, I think for sure you'll have a lot better opportunities for filters that actually, like with HDR too, even like with the brightness and stuff, like black frame insertion too for reduced like motion blur, like high frame rates and stuff. Like I think with that you can we're getting closer to being able to approximate the effects of a CRT. The aspect ratio is probably a bit off, but I think the scaling, I don't know, again, this is like from an era where scaling options are like so fucked. That it's hard to get it fully right. Ah, come on. Well, this is a place you don't expect to take a life. But yeah, I didn't get the crowd set up very well there. Allowed Andre to run at me. I mean, yeah, it's a little squat for sure, but I think actually we can take a quick look at that because there's no like frame of reference. You have to kind of eyeball it. Okay, yeah, this is what the game claims to be the correct, but it's like, well, this is obviously not right. Zoom, I think, is larger, but the same. I think, yeah, this. See, the crop is like off center. I guess I set this up. Yeah, we can do this. I think this is more accurate, but I can't shift the screen to the side. But whatever. This probably looks a little bit better. We're getting the true XBLA PSN experience here of fucking around with the settings, trying to set something up that you think is probably what you want and probably correct, but you can't be quite sure. So, kind of how it goes. Kind of weird, like, tempo of this song. Some of the instrumentation is like similar enough to the arcade that you kind of forget a little bit. Like it's definitely a very different approach to remixing the soundtrack from the Mega CD version. Like the Mega CD soundtrack has no sort of it's not worried about staying faithful to the sound. Hell, that's I didn't want to. I was trying to make my way to the right to destroy those fucking barrels because there's like a steak or something in one of them, right? Oh, burger. Well, I might still need it, so. No barrel here, of course. Something they invented for the Super Nintendo version. Oh, more extends. Okay. Oh, I tried to snipe. Bottle didn't quite work out. Oh, weird sound. I don't know. I feel like the music in this version it's a little bit weird. Ah, oh, dude, it's fucking Hollywood's strange. I mean, I remember at the time too being like not super impressed with the soundtrack. Definitely finding it less impressive than the Mega CD one. It's cool to hear it. I just haven't heard it in so long. I didn't quite mean to do that, but. I don't know. I think that was still pretty good. Pretty good Sodom fight. Like doing that much damage on one life. Probably the best I've ever done. Like, yeah, I mean, that was probably one of the cleaner Sodom fights I've ever had. Is there a regional switch? I feel like this is like the quintessential, I mean, one of any number of examples you could use, but of a re-release made by Western developers for the Western market, not taking into account whatsoever that there would even be any kind of reason to include non-English versions. That's my take on it. And I have a general kind of disdain for that.
Oh my god.
For that attitude. But I think that was very common. I mean, this kind of stuff, I feel like, I mean, Treasure put out some stuff, but overall, I feel like very little stuff that would come out, even from Japanese publishers, that was like for PSN and XBLA, would have been developed in Japan. Capcom in particular, I feel like, had a lot of they put out a lot of stuff on PSN and XBLA, but a lot of it was not released in Japan, even when it was like ports of or you know, real Capcom games like this, not just the original Western developed games. So the Japanese market probably would not really have been a concern. And the attitude, I would assume, for the most part, would be that no one outside the Japanese market would care about or be interested in or have any need for the Japanese version of the original game. Chicken. Yeah, it's interesting comparing this to, like, having just played the GBA version. Like, damage is a lot more generous in both directions, I guess. Dude, yeah. Keep getting extends, though. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games are super different, and there are, of course, massive and highly legitimate reasons why you would want different region versions. I'm just saying most of these kinds of releases would not acknowledge that, because they would probably be produced by people who don't know and or don't care about that. That's just how it goes. Well, okay. There's not 0 iframes. Oh, Jesus fuck. Well, that was not good. I broke out of his grab there. That's nice. This was a really bad Andre family reunion fight, but... Well, I shouldn't say was. I could still get fucking destroyed. Oh! Case in point. Shouldn't have fucked with these fucking items. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a big fan of Capcom USA, that's for sure. I would have liked some food there, but pipe will do, I guess. Lucky Elgato couldn't kill me there. Steak, yes, thank you. Let's see how, not so much if, but how, to what extent Eddie E will destroy us. Let's see if we can make it to Eddie on this credit. I like this song. But it maintains a lot of the feel of the original. He iframed through my lariat. Yes, he's already in this gun face. I'm trying to... There we go. Ah! I was mashing... I was trying to get the lariat out. That's so annoying. Like, if I could reach him one more time, that was it. Yeah, like he's still... I mean, I died once, just like I did to Sodom, but... I fought him very straightforwardly, I felt, up until that point. Unlike Sodom, but, yeah, that went well. Okay, well, you certainly don't start on the sweet spot in this version. Went great. No reason to stay there, I guess. What's written on Two-Piece Hood? It wouldn't surprise me if we can actually see some illustration somewhere where we could make that out. Alright, time to lose some points here. Wow, he actually hit me there. It wasn't the fire. So, we do get more extends, I think, in this version. But the actual arcade version we played on, what, 17 credits, I think? So I'll be curious to see where we end up in this one. So weird, the main melody has this like really muffled sound. Oh, there's the extend. Oh yeah, I was thinking like that we would get the extend per credit or whatever, but of course the score stays the same, so I mean we'll still probably average at least one extend per credit, but still every first 100k and then every 200k. Full range grab, so satisfying. I got an accidental lariat when I tried to mash. I gotta remember not to mash jump. Just only mash punch and wiggle the stick to get up faster. Because it sucks when you saw exactly what just happened there. It's funny, I was like making fun of the fact that they called it a remastered soundtrack, because remastered kind of implies that they're working off of, you know, the same recordings. I mean, that's still the case. It's not a remaster in the, you know, audio mastering sense. But it is kind of an interesting and maybe appropriate use, or like appropriate phrasing, because no food right here, huh? Because it does seem to deliberately try to stick quite closely to the original sound. Like it's trying to kind of have that grungy CPS vibe. But with obviously, you know, kind of more high quality samples and stuff. But I do ultimately think that's kind of to its detriment, because unlike, let's say, the Mega CD soundtrack, which becomes a convenient point of comparison, it doesn't really have that much of its own identity. I feel like it doesn't really do an awful lot to distinguish itself from the arcade soundtrack, to the point where it's just different enough to feel a little foreign, but not distinct enough to feel
Well done.
distinct. I don't know. Fission Corp, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. The music's kind of inoffensive, but it also doesn't Yeah, it's nice to see Rolento looking a little more greenish, I guess. I don't know. Sort of vibrant yellow in the GBA version. Such an annoying prick. No idea how you fight him, but actually kind of avoid the grenades anyway, so eventually he'll end up in your arms at some point in the next 43 fake seconds. Alright, well, he just stops after a while, I guess. I was gonna say, oh man, I like this one, but cursed fucking bonus stage hitboxes. I've got another extend there. Yeah, I was about to say in the intro, oh, I really like this song, but then the lead instrument comes in and it's it's okay. I don't dislike it. But if the lead had been a sick guitar, that would have been awesome. I think a lot of the tracks use this kind of lead synth that's just, I don't know, I'm not really feeling. It's not bad, but I think if the Mega CD soundtrack had not existed to provide us with a clear idea of what a remixed CD soundtrack for this game could sound like and what it could do to the atmosphere of the game, I think I would have been seeing this soundtrack in a much more positive light. It really is not bad. It's just I feel like it's a bit of a wasted potential in that it doesn't add so much new to the game as I feel like it could. Because I really legitimately think that the Mega CD, I like the grungy feel of the arcade soundtrack, of course. But there's just something about that, T's Music, Red Book style, that I have a real fondness for. What's up, dog? No hidden secret bonus bot in the arcade version. Oh well. I panicked there because I was like too close to use the pipe. Should have just done that. Let's just do that. When in doubt, fucking always lariat. Never the wrong answer, really. See? Should have just lariated. Oh! Whoa, 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 okay. That worked out surprisingly well. Non-pre-chewed gum. Dude, I have a fucking full toolbox of hammers and shit. Apple, beer, orange. Like, wow, I got 4 healing items and I'm still on this health, but, you know, there's barbecue. Ooh, was not in range. Oh, okay, no, I thought Junior was dead. Oh, for fuck's sake! That's not even full health, huh? Oh boy. I'm afraid I don't know what a lease key is. We may never know. That was fucking intense, but we did well there. Well, luckily we got some gum here. And beer. Oh, okay. We got a whole fucking buffet right here, so it should be fine. The funny thing about that bench graffiti is that, like, yeah, some ports took great care to try their best to recreate it with limited resolution, but there are also a bunch of ports that just had completely different writing. Like, I guess if you are like limited in your ability to recreate it, and it's like doesn't seem like maybe it's that crucial for it to say that specific word, makes for like a convenient little Easter egg spot to mix things up. Thought for sure he would stab me there. Yeah, right. It was like Ralph. I think that it was the opening of Uptown that had like Steven's, like they replaced the confectionery world of Nin Nin with like Steven's Confections or something. You would definitely always expect it to be some like highly British name finding their way into the background graphics. Nice, I suplexed her into the knife. Ah, fuck. Elgato are so fucking scary when they walk up to you and stop, like, just outside your range. I already got the beginning of the sunlight. Oh. Vintage sexy bathrooms. Like, I feel like a lot of the tracks have that in common with, like, the bass lines and the percussion are really just, like, similar to the original, but with a nice, rich texture to them. And then the lead instrument is, like, kind of nondescript. We got some slashes. Yeah, there we go. What the heck? Like you try to use the suplex to cover more ground and land on someone else, and they just like outwalk your pile driver jump. Use a pile driver, I mean, not suplex. I want to say there's healing after this. Let's just not take risks. There we go. Ooh, alright, there's the whiskey. Just like 2 pixels of healing, if I recall correctly. 2P man. What's up, morphogenic boy? Good evening. Yeah. Fucking hell, that should have been a grab. Ooh, okay. Whew. I definitely started mashing and panicking. Like, one of my greatest weaknesses is, like, I never recognize in time. Like, I find myself mashing both buttons to do the lariat. But of course, if you are already... Yeah, I knew I wouldn't make it there. That was a stupid jump. I should have just kept my distance and just, like, jab. Because that's your best shot, really, at hitting the Molotovs out of the air. But if you're in the middle of punching and you press both buttons, you won't get the lariat. You have to be kind of in neutral. Alright, Elgato Army. So I find myself often, like, panicking and, like, trying to lariat, but just throwing out punches, which will just inherently prevent the lariat from ever coming out. Holy shit, I'm being... Oh, this is really rough because, the slide. They have so many active frames, like, even... Like, their slide will outlast your suplex, right? Like, pretty handily. And that jump attack, too. Like, I think for sure, like, they're just the worst enemy to deal with because they'll, like, outrange you with their poke, they can throw knives, their slide and their jumping attack have, like, infinite active frames, where, like, the iframes you get from your throw is kind of one of your main survival tools. And they basically have their own tools to counter that. No, that's the 5 continues. I still think, overall, since we played the original arcade version, just going through these other versions, at least the ones that are a little more accurate, I feel like I've gotten a little bit of practice in. Again, granted, this will be easier. Just on account of having additional extends alone, obviously, is going to give you more survivability. Oh, okay, there's a hidden Doug. But I am kind of curious where we're going to end up. Just like hypothesizing, I wonder if having a weapon would make Abigail, like, fightable. I mean, obviously get range out of it. Granted, I wouldn't fucking put it past Abigail to grab the tip of my lead pipe over here. What's happening with the statue? It's a lens flare. Fancy visual effect. Say, all right, way out. Oh, there we go. Just layered it there, obviously, but Oh no. I can't, you can't go near him on his wake up. That's just not gonna work. I tried to pick up the pipe and then I tried to lariat, but I was like stuck. Try to punch him. Oh, so much for the pipe. Ah! I was like just a hair too early there. Yeah, Abigail for sure is the hardest boss. I feel like you just like do not have good tools to deal with what the shit he can do. Ooh, thank you, Bilbo. You knocked me out of his command grab. You can't punch him out of that. That's like the one thing. His big, dangerous super attack is like the best thing he can do because it's the most predictable and most counterable, really. Yeah. So speaking of versions that remove the other Nin sign with the Coca-Cola-esque logo, this is one of them. Almost surprised to see that kind of edit as early as 2010, but it's not without precedent because I think even earlier than that, you had like Wii Virtual Console games that took out similar like fake logos or stuff like that. I'm trying to remember because I think famously, of course, the Super Shinobi on the Mega Drive, aka Revenge of Shinobi, had a lot of revisions where they kept removing stuff like that. You know, they took out Batman and Godzilla and Rambo or whatever. And I think the Wii Virtual Console version of that game made further edits to, like, they changed the Mecha Godzilla into like a skeleton and something like that. So I guess this is not like the first time ever something like that had happened, but still a relatively early example. So the green and white kind of logo thing, that's the logo of Proper Games, the developer of this port. So they put their logo there in place of the fake Coca-Cola logo. Yeah, I remember hearing Wave Race did something like that. That's true. Have I played Sonic Blast Man? Super briefly, a tiny little bit. I'm not super familiar with those games. Would definitely like to play them. Would like to get the Super Nintendo games, but they're like pretty expensive, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, in Wave Race's case, I don't remember if it was actual licensed or like, you know, brands, because that's the thing in Shenmue, of course, right? The Japanese version had, like, just like the Yakuza games later on, like they have a bunch of actual real brands. But obviously that's the thing too, in games where, you know, a game is released with some kind of brand licensing deal. But when it's time for a re-release, you know, dude, why can I not get the fucking lariat? Holy shit. Of course, there's no food in these barrels. Jesus. Well, that was a really, really terrible start to this stage. But yeah, what I'm thinking of it is more specifically when there is like absolutely clearly not licensed use of you know, corporate logos or that kind of thing. Although I mean, I guess either way, it's interesting when you see like essentially like ROM hacks made for official releases, whether what they're hacking out was legitimate in the first place or not. Get some billables here. Andres. Oh, save difference. Yeah, the arcade Ninja Gaiden has that, like the Black Sabbath music, or the, you know, fake Black Sabbath music for the boss fight. They edited that out, huh? Oh, tried the lariat. Suplex, iframes, got him. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, Shinobi has had, like, even on the Mega Drive itself, there's like 3 different versions that each removed more stuff. And the Wii Virtual Console took out what was left, I guess. Because it's funny, like, yeah, Sonic Chiba's face, obviously, like, that makes sense. That would not be, you know, cool to keep in there. But I think they also, didn't they also change, like, they made Rambo bald? Which is, like, kind of funny because, like, at the end of the day, it's just a buff dude with curly black hair. Like, it's not, you know... I feel like you do definitely have plausible deniability there. It's a bit different when you have, like, Mecha Godzilla and a close-up of Sonic Chiba's face that you could very easily, like, trace the original photo. But, like, just someone that kind of, you know, bare-chested army dude with black hair seems a bit, like, unnecessary to change. Yeah, it's funny, actually, like, it's true that that game is actually kind of an example of both, because the original version did, of course, have, or one of the versions, at least, has actual Spider-Man in it, because Sega at the time had the Spider-Man license. They made the arcade game and the Mega Drive. Well, that was a Master System version as well, I guess. But Spider-Man versus the Kingpin, as well as the Spider-Man the video game, which is the arcade beat 'em up. But they changed it so that instead of Spider-Man turning into Batman, he like flies off screen and then he becomes Devilman. And then fake Devilman, I think, was changed later too. It's wild. But that shit rules. I understand when things are like legitimately copyright infringing. That, you know, that probably can't stay, and I fully understand that. But I still love the idea of just like putting shit in because it's sick and cool. And I don't think that effect is really lost all that much just because Mecha Godzilla became a skeleton or whatever. Skeleton Godzilla, still pretty cool. Ah. Dude, why am I becoming the worst? Well, let's just blame PS3 input lag or some shit. I'm becoming the worst at doing lariats on incoming barrels in this version for some reason. It's so weird. The enemy waves are super different there in the Super Nintendo and GBA versions. That felt really weird. Okay, so we're at 7 continues now. I would say we're certainly on track for less than 17, but we got the hit squad to deal with. So, aim for sub 10, maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, like, copyright law is fucked. But I can't reasonably say like, oh man, Sega are fucking cowards for editing that shit out. Like, nah, I mean, that's just what the world is like. I wish it wasn't, but, you know. Alright. 8 continues. Didn't we, like, just get an extend? At 190 or 1.9? Whatever. Dude! It's funny that this version actually doesn't even have a lariat button. You would think that that would be like a quality of life thing they could quite easily add. It doesn't have the Andre cheat button either, by the way, but that's less surprising, maybe. Oh, I was like, wait, why is the first digit of my score blue? And then I realized it's a life counter. Yeah, like, the music overall, I think, is kind of underwhelming. Like, I would have expected to have more to say about it, but it's just kind of there, and it's like only occasionally am I like kind of reminded that it's like, oh yeah, there's like original music or like new music. Yeah, I really don't think it does enough to set itself apart. Like I said, it's not egregious or anything. I'm happy to play with it just to get that different flavor, just for variety's sake. But it doesn't like make me terribly excited to get to play this version. Like the Mega CD version, I'm like, oh, fucking pumped to play that version because the soundtrack's fucking sick. And that's like the baseline, right? As far as, you know, remixed soundtrack Final Fight experiences go, that's the measuring stick. And this, unfortunately, doesn't come close. Not that I think that they should have. But I'm just like, as a thought experiment, it'd be kind of interesting if they, like, decided to, or, like, had the opportunity to like, do new music for this stage. Because I definitely think it's a bit whack that the final stage has, like, no original, like, no music of its own. Oh, I didn't... Okay, that was okay. I didn't have enough health. Holy shit, we haven't even made it to, like, the hard part yet. Dude, what the fuck? Why you need fucking frame-perfect lariat inputs in this version? I don't get it. It's absurd. It's like the Super Nintendo barrel dropped inputs shit all over again. It's like specifically the barrels. I mean, sure, I miss lariats in fights on occasion, but it's like super consistent that I don't get it when there's barrels curling my way, which is very strange, but also kind of funny. Well, okay, the 10cc is definitely... Well, we might be more on track for the 17cc than I would have cared to admit. I think we lost at least like one credit. Yeah, so it's so funny. In the Super Nintendo version, there's food in the first pillar, and in the GBA, well, but here it's points, 4 points. I think there's like only one food item behind a pillar. Emerald. It obviously makes this a bit more rough comparatively. I mean, this version obviously is a lot harder in general. Lariat, please! Okay, I was punching there, so I can see why it didn't come out, but... Punch. Ah, I missed one. Ooh, you don't want to be headbutting them. Kind of worked out. One healing item would be good right now. Didn't even get to extend this credit. Yeah. Oh boy. Like the pillars make it so hard to see too. Like this section is rough. Doesn't begin to describe it. Whoa. Air to air. Yeah. I'd already committed to the jump, so it was too late to do anything about it, but... Wait, okay, I thought I would have gotten an extend there for 0.3. I guess, are we just out of extends? Yeah, barrels are just gonna eat all the inputs and say, you're screwed. Wow, that Belger laugh doesn't... Does that, like, ever happen? I don't know. That's a good laugh, though. I feel like I don't even recognize it. It's like being weirdly trivial. That could hit him. Not quite in window mode just yet. There we go. That sounded strange, but... weirdly easy fight. But, alright. Yeah, I can pretend I 1cc'd it. Well, I did get the 10 credit clear, I guess. Well, 10 continues, so 11 credit. Oh wait, no, how does that... I can't count. Oh, I guess it's 10 continues, because it adds 1 digit per continue, right? I don't dislike this version of the song, but it feels so at odds with the rest of the soundtrack. I think we got the the Sword Fam score. That's interesting. I have no idea. It's never really occurred to me. I don't really know what playing this for score entails, honestly. Like, I guess if you have infinite credits, then it kind of doesn't matter. Like, you know, I hypothesized from the GBA version that we used a lot of extra joy with Cody to kind of spam our way through bosses and stuff. And I suspected that is detrimental to your score. So would you, like, never use your lariat and just make sure to punch every enemy? Like, I guess you want to kill the mooks in all the boss fights so they don't get killed automatically. I'm sure it involves a lot of super stupid stuff. I wouldn't doubt it. It's more than I just realized that the thought hadn't really occurred to me. Game over. Maybe we can hear the intro here. Well, I guess we can't because there's no... Well, actually, I guess it starts... Wait. I guess it's an American arcade without attract sounds or something. Does it start with the phone? I can never remember. Sometime in the 1990s. Yeah, I imagine manipulating drops is very weird and specific. The melody's like wrong. Other than that, I like this version though of the song. See, like, the melody's different. That fucks me up. So subdued, the lead, too.
Sweetheart's his childhood. Heirs must pay. She's my friend, too. Count me in.
And then he's supposed to punch the mirror, because that's way cooler. Well, Final Fight Double Impact. I was looking forward to revisiting this, to hear the music and everything, and I can fully understand why I had no memory of what the soundtrack actually sounded like, other than, like, the vague recollection of not having been terribly impressed with it, because that's how I feel right now. I really was not impressed with it. Time for Magic Sword. Well, I was saying this would be a much shorter stream, because we only had, like, 2.5 games to play, and one of them would be a mobile game that I'm sure would be really quick. But here we are, almost 5.5 hours later, and at 11:30 p.m. I'm like gassed, but I mean it worked out pretty well in the end. We got 3 quality streams out of Final Fight 1, but I do think we're pretty much done there. I mean, I would gladly spend some time looking through the vault, at least some of the stuff. And yes, I know that the Final Fight episode of the Street Fighter cartoon series is in here. I do want to watch that, but I don't really care to do it, just, you know, to do it now. Long story short. The Final Fight Series Retrospective is far from over, right? So we will have ample opportunity to revisit that some other time. But it seems like, you know, given that it is part of this package, it's in this game, that means, you know, that means that I think it's like worth I mean, it's worth watching anyway, regardless, right? But it warrants watching because it has been part of an actual Final Fight game release. So this is kind of cool. Like the artwork's like not presented in the most sensible way here. Of course, I need a fucking right analog stick to zoom in, unfortunately. But these are available in like pretty damn high resolution. Like you wouldn't be shocked to just see it like this, but as I recall, you can like zoom it in all the way to like cover the screen width. The interface is like super fucking clunky. Because you have stuff like this, like, oh, you unlock this comic page, then I have to go back, and then I press R1, and here's page 2. And then I have to like navigate to where, like, oh no, that was not, oh, is this page, oh, no, wait, yeah, that's page 3. Then I have to like find the other page. It's so fucking stupid. Just put it in one thing that I can flip through. But the shit they put in here is like really sick. Yeah, there's like fan art and stuff, but a lot of this art, I think, was like, I don't think I'd really seen it, at least not in this kind of quality. Like, this shit is pretty sick, right? I guess this is kind of interesting because this seems to imply. Huh, yeah, it says, because I was gonna say, this seems to imply that Poison, like, that Roxy is the main character as opposed to Poison, but also that Poison would have a head swap of some kind. Because we see 2P and J, and, Elgato in Hollywood. But it says, as far as I can tell, Poison, it says, Kara Chenji, color change, like, Kara Chenji de Kurogami. Like, use color change to give her black hair. So I guess Poison was supposed to have black hair originally. We're learning. It's educational. Well, yeah, I'm just reminded now. So the drawing on the right is part of the original arcade artwork, but the one on the left is from the Super Famicom manual, I think. Oh yeah, we do get the American cabinet art. Of course, again, I have an arcade stick here, so I can't zoom in, but... Yeah, because like that, I'm pretty sure that's Akimon's artwork on the right. I have no idea who did the art for the Super Famicom version, but it's not someone whose style I would like recognize. Yeah, the whole like Andre family is present. There should be illustrations for all of them. Yeah, here we go. I love that they each have like different. It's got like glasses and a little mustache. Like, it's so awesome. Uncle Andre and Grandfather Andre. Oh yeah, right. So sometimes there's like multiple entries here in the same box, but they completely have nothing to do with each other at all. So they're not like sorted in any sensible way. It's like, yeah, navigating this shit is like, makes no sense. Yeah, I think this art is from the UFS card game. Yeah, it says Comic Guy Card, which is kind of confusing, but... It says, Waza ni tsuite hanashiteiru. Oh yeah, they're talking about martial arts techniques. Yeah, it's the Super Famicom. Sodam art. This is like worth the package just for this. All this shit. This 相手を KO した後 like after knocking out his opponent with his wife Nancy. Young Hagar. Old Hagar? Super Nintendo Hagar? Yeah, sorry. The beat 'em up bundle, I don't think has like anything. I have it on PS4 and I played it like once, and I couldn't stand the input lag was awful. But I mean, it's definitely all straight emulation. I don't think it has any interesting extras, but I could be wrong. So good. Oh yeah, so that's the cover art for Final Fight Guy on the right. I would assume that the picture on the left shows up somewhere in the manual. Looks so fucked. I mean, it looked kind of fucked in the game too. It's accurate, but funny look. I think that's probably from Final Fight Guy, because you can kind of tell the illustration style here doesn't really match the illustrations from the original Super Nintendo Final Fight. And I think the other pictures we saw were not from the arcade flyer, but from the Super Nintendo, so this would have been from the Final Fight Guy manual. Oh yeah, this is so cool. This is where they're like charting how like the sprite usage, so you can see like I'm not sure, you can't really make it out in this scan, but there's other examples you can find of these like drawings that they would use, because they would draw all the like sprites on paper, and they would have a custom graph paper with like what do you call it, rectangular, like non-square, a non-square grid that represents the pixel, like the squashed pixels of the CPS resolution. So they would draw, obviously, the way it's supposed to look, and when they would then like recreate that drawing on the computer, they would have the graph paper as reference to see like how many pixels something would be, to get the correct proportion, because they might not have had, like when they were doing the pixel art, I guess they would have been doing them on like SharpX 68000s or whatever. They might not have had a similar monitor resolution as the actual game necessarily. You can actually see here, because obviously character sprites, they're built up of like a bunch of smaller blocks. Like in like colloquially, you would call one picture of Guy, for example, a sprite, but technically that would always be built up of a lot of multiple sprites. And you can see these like blocks. You can see that they're not square. Like on the second frame, there's like one block to fit his foot. So that kind of gives you an idea of the aspect ratio of how it's like, how non-square it is. So basically they would have been mapping out how many sprites they would need for each frame of animation. So they would kind of plan it out. So that's kind of, I mean, that's definitely why Hagar, his walk is like really funny, right? Like he doesn't move his upper body, but that's because they use all the sprites for his legs. And the walk cycles for all three characters are like insanely smooth. Like 12 frames of animation in 1989 for walk is like, that's crazy. I mean, it looks fucking awesome. So you'd have to do a lot of, like, be very economical, and save, space where you could. Yeah, you can see there, like, the second frame there of Hagar, like, taking damage. The legs are just kind of outlined because it would use the same, it's just like standing legs. I guess it would make sense for Hagar especially to kind of be economic because he is so large, so he would naturally just use up more sprites than the other characters. Yeah, I guess it would seem, I would suspect that seems to be the case, that they the frames that are kind of just outlined are probably like shared assets, basically. It's just like, yeah, the amount of work like planning all of this out on paper and like doing the math, or like counting and figuring out how much ROM space you have for the sprites. It's like, dude, like all the work that goes into this shit. It's incredible. Oops. Poster A, aka Super Famicom box art. It's not a bad illustration, but it's a little bit goofy, and it's obviously about 1/100th of the awesomeness of the original arcade poster. Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, limitation breeds creativity. That's true. But it's also, like... there's something to be said for convenience. So good. Comic stuff. That guy face, though. The way this comic shit is sorted is like such a nightmare. Here's that. You know, it's kind of interesting. I guess he doesn't necessarily have a maple leaf shaped mohawk, but it kind of does have a shape to his mohawk, right? At least in this Super Nintendo illustration. It doesn't have face paint, though. Remember when Udon art was everywhere? I mean, I still feel like it's kind of all over the place. You okay there, Hagar? Him and Cody both look a bit... I don't know, they've seen better days. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of a lot of people who have kind of come and gone and worked and done stuff for Udon. I think they put out cool stuff. I mean, I was super excited for their Street Fighter comic when it first was published. And I have a bunch of the old trade paperbacks, but it really bothered me when they started kind of, again, you know, as far as like talking about Streetwise and incorporating Streetwise lore into the actual Street Fighter and Final Fight games. When Udon artwork and stuff started like encroaching on, you know, being part of actual Street Fighter stuff, that never sat right with me. Yeah, you're thinking of Arnold Tang. That's his name. He worked on APB, the MMO, and then went to Blizzard, yeah, and did a bunch of character design for Overwatch. And he was always like, I think like Arnold Tang and Alvin Lee. They were like the kind of big names of the early Udon comic stuff, and I don't think either of them were around for super duper long. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Alvin Lee, but I think he was definitely very, like, if you think of like the Udon sort of house style, I think Alvin Lee's illustrations and art like is for sure that. I think he did like the portraits. Actually, no. Might have been Long Vo, but the style of the portraits in HD Remix is like very much Alvin Lee's style. Yeah, dude, I was like super excited for APB because the character design was fucking awesome, and it has like had a super dope character editor. I'd never played an MMO, and I still really haven't, but I remember trying some kind of open beta something for APB. Might have been when it was like relaunched as Reloaded or whatever it was called. And I went into the character editor and realized that you got fuck all to customize, so I guess you have to like spend money and or grind for 2 billion hours, and I was like, you know what, this isn't going to be very fun. No, the Darkstalkers artwork is Stanley Lau, aka Art Germ. And I think his art is, he did Third Strike Online Edition as well. I think his art is very pretty, but I think it's really not, it doesn't look like Capcom art. So I think like he's done a lot of comic covers for like DC and Marvel, and those look gorgeous. They're really great. But like the Third Strike Online Edition artworks, for example, like they're just, for me, I don't like them at all because they don't fit the game's look and feel. And I mean, I felt much the same way with Darkstalkers Resurrection because it's like the same art style and it doesn't fit there either. But for some reason, I find it more. Maybe it's just because I have a stronger relationship to Street Fighter and Third Strike, but I found it kind of more egregious there than I felt with Darkstalkers. But I didn't think his art fit there either. Yeah, the thing is, like, I think by the time HD Remix came out, I don't think Alvin Lee was with Udon anymore. But I think some of that art, like, because he drew like most of the early issues, I think, of the Street Fighter comic. So I still think very much of his style is like the definitive kind of Udon style. And I was never a huge fan of Longbow, but I think, well, I don't like the HD Remix portraits either, so I guess it's not too big of a compliment, but I was going to say, I think those look decent compared to some of his other art. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's a pretty, you know, whether it's Akiman or Kino Nishimura or Bengus or Ikeno or whoever, like, you couldn't find any larger shoes to fill, you know? So it's a very thankless task to just like, hey, so we got this fucking incredible best game artwork of all time of these beloved characters. How about you just make some new shit to replace it so we can put new art instead? Like, I mean, he got paid, I guess, so I mean, that's fine. But that's like so fucked. Like, I mean, obviously not that I'm in any position to get that kind of a like commission, but I would feel very apprehensive about that. I feel like if I was asked to like replace sick Capcom artwork, I'd be like, are you guys sure? Do you really want to do this? Like, can we at least like, can we put my art like over to the back somewhere so we can like make sure to at least front load like the proper classic, insanely awesome, legendary, best art of all time art? I don't know. It's weird. I think a lot changed when Capcom gave the rights to Street Fighter, Capcom USA. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really remember exactly when that was, because it was definitely prior to, it would have been prior to the Udon comics, the Soda action figures and stuff. I guess, no, it was way before Street Fighter 4, long before that. Like before, like, because yeah, the Soda Toys action figures and the Udon comics both launched around 2004, 2003, 2004, and that was definitely all through like Capcom USA, like licensing stuff. Because that's the thing, like Capcom USA sort of owns the trademark or whatever, or the brand, but obviously the creative control and decisions as far as making the games like that, there's no development happening in the US, you know. I think for sure like Capcom US was a lot more involved in the making of a game like Street Fighter 4 than they would have in any previous Street Fighter game, but that's not where that started. It is interesting though, because like I think my understanding of that situation is that it came from again, like I guess as part of this whole globalization effort or whatever, I don't know. It was done, I guess, to make it easier to organize licensing and stuff like that, both for you know, externally produced merchandise and stuff, but also, you know, like I said, as far as like digital games like this one, for example, but even, you know, Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition was probably one of the first Capcom things released on Xbox Live Arcade. That also did not come out in Japan. That was only like a Western thing that was completely headed up by Capcom USA. Now, granted, they did a lot of things like that had nothing to do with Street Fighter, but I think that would still be kind of an example of why they would want Capcom USA to have some degree of autonomy working with the IP. I don't know exactly. But yeah, I mean, the Udon comics probably would not have happened if that all had to go through Capcom Japan, you know? So, I mean, the fact we have for the past 15 plus years enjoyed a lot of interesting, like, merchandise and comics and whatever it is, like, you know, it's not like there weren't Capcom and Street Fighter merch before that, but I feel like there's definitely been a lot more of it. And, I mean, for me, I think that's probably more good than bad. That probably wouldn't have happened for that, if it hadn't been for that. But it is kind of peculiar, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, speaking of questionable Capcom USA decisions, for sure, like, all of those, like, XBLA releases, they always commission new art for them, and, I mean, at least the artwork that they commissioned for Third Strike Online and whatever it's called, Darkstalkers Resurrection, it didn't really fit, but it was at least very competently, nicely done, pretty artwork. The art that they commissioned for MVC2 was fucking atrocious. It's like garbage. It looks like shit. And MVC Origins, we shouldn't even begin to talk about that, because that art is like... that art is like a good chunk of why I'm so frustrated and fucking pissed off that Capcom USA have the gall to poke fun at the ugly Mega Man cover art. Because they poke fun of, like, fat, ugly Mega Man from Mega Man 1 in the USA, like, the US version, as a way of, like, haha, wasn't this shit silly 20 years ago? And I think they have no leg to stand on doing that when they still do exactly that. You know, you get the fucking legendary, sick Marvel vs. Capcom artwork, and instead of using it, they commission new shit artwork. Like, how can you do that in the same breath as making fun of Mega Man 1? Like, it's just... it's so pompous and kind of arrogant and, like... ugh, I don't know. Capcom USA have always, like, made such boneheaded creative decision with, like, marketing and artwork and shit. I mean, you know, to some degree it worked, you know. In the West, people largely, I think, have very nostalgic associations with the Super Nintendo Street Fighter cover arts and stuff. And those aren't bad artworks, again, but they don't fit the game's look and style at all. At least not in hindsight. That we, you know, back then it was kind of a different situation, but, like, I never really liked those artworks. But I can recognize that you know, they're well made in its own way. But, you know, the American Street Fighter Alpha cover art, I mean, I don't even know, I don't even have to list them. They all look like shit. And then you get, like, Street Fighter 5 and Ultra Street Fighter 4, which has, like, shit artwork in every region. Ugh. Anyway, let's look at some good classic Capcom art instead. It's all just comics. Alright, okay. What else we got? Lord Belger. Dude, how fucking good is this art, though? Like, what's the point of having, like, icons like this when there's, like, oh, it's comics? No, but there's comic cover, but then there's also this art in the middle of it. I don't understand how this gallery is organized. It's so fucked up. Yep, this is definitely a Super Famicom art. I think Benga's still makes some super gorgeous art. I think some of the art he's done for Street Fighter V is amazing. A lot of people would shit on the art that he did for a lot of the story stuff, the story mode illustrations in Street Fighter V, and those were like clearly very rushed, but still very good looking. But I think that the look of his illustration now, I mean, it's kind of same as it has been for, I don't know, quite a long time now. But I mean, sure, it is different from his 90s stuff. That's true. But even if you look at the stuff he's done for Street Fighter V, like, it's really only that stuff that was in at launch that had that really rough look to it. I still think it looked really cool. Because I can see so much of that vintage, like, Benga's in it. I understand that people weren't impressed with it, but I still kind of don't take that very seriously, because most people I've seen dunking on those illustrations, they would hold up the shit that I think looks terrible and doesn't suit Street Fighter at all as, like, they're the kind of people who go to, like, ArtStation or ZBrush Central and, you know, they look at fan art that someone's made of a, like, super realistic AAA art, whatever, sort of styled Street Fighter character, and they're like, oh, this is what Street Fighter 6 should look like. Like, there's this one version of Guile that someone made, like, fucking a decade ago that's been circulating through the internet over and over. It's very well made. As a piece of fan art, I have nothing against it, but it's like, it's very realistic in its rendering, and it's got, like, I'm sure you guys have seen it, and he's got, like, a tooth stuck in the toe of his boot and whatever. Like, he's all bloodied, he's got some scars and bandages and whatever. Like, it's well made, but I think it's so, like, utterly detached from what I would ever want to see in a Street Fighter game. And I feel like the people who look at that, it's like, yo, that's fucking sick. This is what the next Street Fighter game needs to look like, you know? I feel like those people are the ones who look at Bengus's art in Street Fighter V and think it looks like shit. And I just cannot, you know... Yeah, I can agree that some of that is kind of, like, unfinished and rushed, but it's still Bengus and it's still awesome. Just like some of the artwork we can see here, it's like, you know... Some of it might look a little bit goofy, and I'm thinking more specifically of the early Akimon stuff. I'm trying to find a good example of it. Like this Eddie E on the right. Like, yeah, it looks a bit goofy, but it's, oh, dude, it's like such a quality sketch. Like, it's still really good art. But I think there's kind of a modern audience that only sees, like, polish and surface level texture. The kind of people who think, like, the Ultra Street Fighter 4 cover art of Ryu impossibly tying his headband but also looking over his shoulder at the same time, which is like, if you try to do that in real life, you'll see that you can't, like, that doesn't work. But they still made that the cover. Actually, I think that was also Art Germ. Might have been. I don't know. I feel like those people, I'm generalizing a little bit, but they love that shit. They eat that up. But they think anything that, like, classic Street Fighter art looks bad because it's, like, rough around the edges. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I think that you're not wrong, Jinkinator. I mean, like I said, Bengus's art definitely looks different. I mean, I think Kino Nishimura, her style kind of evolved. I mean, if you look at her work on, like, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Dungeons and Dragons, Darkstalkers, like, it evolved a little bit, but I think from, like, Street Fighter 3-ish onwards, like, I mean, it got a little more refined a little bit after that, I guess, but, like, her art definitely has not changed in the last, like, 20 years. Ikeno had a really weird phase. Like, Ikeno's art for Third Strike, of course, and some of the stuff he did previous. I think he did some stuff for I always get mixed up. I want to say he did stuff for EX, but I think that was Shoei. But Ikeno's done some great stuff, and his art for Street Fighter 3, of course, or Third Strike, rather, is gorgeous. But he did a lot of cover arts and stuff for home versions. Like, he did the cover art for the GBA version of Street Fighter Alpha 3. Obviously, I'm talking about the Japanese covers, because they would put some whatever shit in the Western releases. He did the art for... Actually, that's a good example. The Street Fighter Zero Fighters Generation, or whatever it's called, the Street Fighter Zero collection for PS2. And that art is definitely very much like modern Benga's. I'm reminded. But Ikeno did like stuff. And I remember he drew. I think the PSP version of Street Fighter Alpha 3 has like Ryu on the cover, and it's got this like perfect fucking Three Stooges bowl cut, and it just looks terrible. And he had this weird thing where he started drawing a lot of people really fucking ugly for some reason, and like that's very true in Street Fighter 4 as well. Of course, like some of the concept art like looks really weird. Everyone just looks ugly. So his art's still really, really good, but it's just definitely kind of taken a turn. They did commission a lot of those artists for like MVC3. Kido Nishimura did an awesome poster for it, and I think Bengus did one as well. Oh yeah, Bengus did one because it has like a big grinning Wolverine on it. And a lot of stuff is really cool, but yeah, definitely, you know, some people, of course, like they managed to have a very consistent style for decades and decades, but at the same time, like as a creative person, I really cannot, I cannot fault any one artist or creative person for like deliberately or not, like reinventing or like evolving the style of their creations over time. But yeah, Kido Nishimura is definitely, I would say, my favorite of the Capcom artists, hands down. Yeah, the art for Super Turbo on GBA was Edion, and that art is also like super beautiful. It's definitely like those sets of illustrations for the characters in that version, like it's definitely up there with my like favorite Street Fighter art of all time. Yeah, it's interesting, like Shinkiro, like he started doing digital in like at the very tail end of his tenure with SNK, like around the turn of the millennium, because he did like KOF 99, I think, is the first KOF that has like digital illustrations, and it's a pretty significant like jump in sort of style. Obviously, it's very recognizable still. But I agree, like, I think, actually, like, once he started working for Capcom, there was, like, a pretty large shift in his compositions. Like, he used a lot more bold colors, and there was, like, an abstract component to a lot of his, like, I'm thinking of, he did, like, a poster or cover for SVC Chaos. He did, there's, what am I thinking of? There's some like Resident Evil art and stuff, and of course more that came later. And I think in the time since, like he's shown some really interesting diversity in style. Obviously, like Shinkiro's art is still instantly recognizable. I think it's cool looking at Shinkiro's art for like Tatsunoko vs. Capcom and Marvel 3, where like he managed just to incorporate a lot more cartoony stylization than you would normally associate with his work. Even Capcom Fighting Jam, that he did some stuff for. But some of those later, like more poster illustration stuff that he's done. I mean, he's done stuff for Street Fighter V. He's done whatever stuff, but yeah, and like a lot of comic book covers and stuff. Like, and yeah, I think those. I've always loved his like character illustrations. But the I think nowadays, and when I say nowadays, I mean in the last 20 years. What really stands out to me about his art, or what really, like the aspect of Shinkiro's artwork that kind of puts it over the edge, that makes me really love it, I think largely is composition. Like looking at the individual character illustrations for Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, they look great. They're super cool. I love them. But like the posters he did for that game and for whatever else, whether it's like group shots with a bunch of characters or whatever it is, like the SVC Chaos one is really cool because it has like Chun-Li and Mai, I think, and then it's got like Goki and Mr. Karate over in the corners, and it's got some colors going. It's just a really cool piece of art, which is like drastically different than anything he did when he did art for KOF, Fatal Fury, and all that shit. Anyway, guys, Where are we? So we do have... Just loop around, huh? Season 2, Episode 25 of Street Fighter USA cartoon, which is the final fight episode of the Street Fighter cartoon series. We're definitely going to have to watch this at some point, but it will not be tonight, because it is now past midnight. I'm very hot and sweaty and tired and just feeling generally terrible. So, not tonight, but some other time. Stream will return on Saturday, and on Saturday's stream, it is my hope that we... Well, it was my hope. That might have seemed a little bit overly ambitious, but it was originally my hope that we would get through Final Fight 2, Final Fight Tough, and Mighty Final Fight. But that's not just 3 games, because there's a few different versions and such. But however much we get through, we will be playing more Final Fight, and we will begin Saturday's stream with Final Fight 2. Regular schedule would dictate that Saturday's stream starts around 3 p.m. It's possible that I would like to start the stream sooner. We will see. If I make such a decision ahead of time, I would likely announce it on Discord or Twitter. So do keep an eye there if you want to stay abreast of latest updates and news. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you very, very much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I sure did. Final Fight is still a masterpiece in all its forms, varying degrees possibly. And we will see more Final Fight, possibly of a less masterful, quality level, starting with Final Fight 2 on Saturday. But it'll be interesting. I haven't played those games in a long time. Please do stick around. I will find someone to raid, and we can see each other, I suppose, on Saturday. Let me just figure out who is streaming that hasn't been streaming for like 8 hours and are likely gonna be going offline immediately. Yeah, this was only the Final Fight 1 stream, not the Final Fight stream, not by a long shot. Hang on. There's like everyone streaming, but everyone has been streaming for like fucking 9 hours. Where do we go? All right, let's say hi to Tino. He's doing more Star Wars stuff. Anyway, take care. Let's listen to some much better music than this. Thanks for watching. Bye.